Good morning, everyone, and if you're watching this on the day it was released, Merry Christmas as well.
To celebrate the holiday season and to honor the vote that was done a few months ago on the channel, we have come together again to go through Metal Gear Solid, originally released on the PlayStation.
That being said, this game is going to be a little different than our other playthroughs, as Joe will be playing through the entire game, and if we move on to later games in the series, we will switch who plays the game so nobody's left out.
Oh wait, guys, I didn't know I was playing this whole game that changes everything.
Yeah, that means Joe is going to be doing the first YouTube playthrough of this game that will reach 500 parts each, lasting half an hour at a minimum. I'm surprised if we get to the title screen today.
Wait, Donald, the game has its own words. I couldn't quite understand you there.
That is another important detail we're going to explain. This game has very long cutscenes and fully voice-acted dialogue, so there are going to be several minute stretches where we aren't going to be speaking as much as we usually do, in an attempt to let newer viewers experience the story without us constantly interrupting or talking over it.
I'm guessing during the main game we're going to be speaking as normal, correct?
That is correct. We will be keeping all of the required codec discussions, which are mainly just filler to describe the story, though we won't really do the optional ones so much, and we may talk over those ones a lot more if they aren't especially important.
I hope that doesn't bother us or the viewers, since I've never played this, so I don't really know what to expect for the story or the gameplay itself.
Yeah, I haven't played this game either, so I can maybe look up a guide, but I'm not going to be as knowledgeable as I am during our golf games.
I haven't either, so I'm excited to see what is in store for us.
That actually makes 4 of us, since I have not experienced the game myself. Though I do have a guide in front of me for gameplay, and I am vaguely aware of some story elements, so that should help us not get so lost.
I feel like I should mention we have gone through a couple minutes now, and I've just been focusing on what you all have been saying. I have no idea what the game is about.
From what I read, there's a guy named Solid Snake, and we have to sneak in somewhere because there's a nuclear threat.
Who is this Psycho Mantis guy that's being discussed now? That sounds like a weird name for someone.
Well, that's not his real name. He's mentioning the members of Foxhound, which seem to be our enemies, those being, of course, Psycho Mantis, Sniper Wolf, Vulcan Raven, Decoy Octopus, Revolver, Ocelot, and their leader, Liquid Snake.
Wait, Sniper Wolf, isn't she that lady who docs Jack's films a while ago? I don't know why she would be fighting her here unless we're going to meet Jack as well.
No, this is just where she got that name from. They're not the same person.
Hey, since you mentioned Liquid Snake, is he related at all to Solid Snake? That seems pretty reasonable since they have similar names.
I doubt it. It's possible they just have the same codename and have no relation. How many snakes can there really be in this series?
Well, at least 2 based on what I can tell.
If this is the kind of observation skill we have to look forward to, I'm willing to bet this playthrough will last a long time. Isn't this supposed to be some kind of sneaking game?
That does sound correct. I've heard this game is more focused on stealth than most other games, though I don't think it's typically required.
Well, I suppose as soon as this scene ends, maybe we'll be starting the game itself.
Oh, good. We can finally start the game itself now. I don't want to think about Joe playing this on Extreme.
Wait, is this the guy? I didn't know this was going to be an underwater game, too.
I don't think it is one, otherwise we should be playing Liquid Snake.
Wait, Barack, was that supposed to be a joke?
Well, yeah, since if he is going to be in the water, it would make more sense if he was Liquid Snake instead of Solid Snake, since he would be in liquid. It was funnier in my head.
Oh no, this playthrough is going to be the end of me.
I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
Okay, wait, is that Solid Snake? That would make more sense since he is on solid ground while the other guy was in the water like liquid. Or maybe he's Decoy Octopus, since octopuses are in the water too.
No, Joe, I assure you that the character you are playing as is Solid Snake.
I don't know about this. I'm pretty convinced this is liquid. It just makes so much sense when you think about it, even more so when this is a water game.
Oh, what's going on now? Is he getting a phone call?
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface, but make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button.
Okay, what now he gets calls during this game and the words didn't even match. It clearly said a touchpad instead of select button.
I think I know what happened. Basically, Joe is playing this game on the Master Collection version, so there are some text changes to accommodate for the different buttons on the controllers. In this case, it says touchpad instead of select button. But the audio is unchanged. I looked some of this up online just in case it would be confusing to us or the viewers.
Oh, that's great. We're nearly 6 minutes into the video and we've just now actually started to play it. And Joe's going into the water despite having no reason to.
Hey, I'm getting this ration. Don't criticize my decision making. This ration will probably be useful whatever it does.
My guide I mentioned earlier should help. Basically what you do in this game is sneak around and try not to get spotted by the enemies, though you do have weapons in case you do have to. That ration, when used, will refill some of your health, so it is good to have them available when you can.
Well, I don't plan on getting caught, but that's good to know. I'm sure I'll get through this game very easily.
Somehow I doubt that. Not because I doubt your abilities, although that is a major reason. It's also because I've heard this is quite a long game, and I don't think you'll be getting through it without at least a few issues.
Just as you say that I got myself another ration, with 2 I'll be getting through the game, even if I get caught a few times.
Guys, I just thought of something. What exactly is supposed to happen here? Joe's just kind of moving around aimlessly, which I would normally complain about, but I don't see anything to do otherwise.
Well, that guy from earlier went up the elevator, so I think we have to wait for it to come down, and then our path forward will be more obvious.
Well, in that case, if I just carefully walk across this puddle to not make any loud sounds, I'm just going to hide up here and nobody will catch me.
This gameplay is absolutely thrilling. I can only wonder how it became such a well-regarded series. Okay, really, now can we actually make some progress today, please?
Come on now, Donald. The people watching this are probably watching this on their new phones or new gaming console or set of headphones and are just happy to see another President Central upload. And don't mind, we're just standing in one spot.
Sorry, Joe, I wasn't paying attention. We got a phone call from some guy and told us to wait for the elevator, which we've already been doing.
Yeah, I have to agree with Donald. This is not a very exciting start to the playthrough. We haven't had much to really do gameplay-wise for about 8 minutes now. And I don't know when we will start actually doing things.
All right, it looks like the elevator is finally coming down. There's something we can actually do now.
Wait, I don't think I can go yet. There's that thing on the top right, and it looks like it's showing me there's a guard there. And it could see me if I tried going over. I'd have to wait until he's not there first.
I would applaud you for putting in some actual cognitive thought into your decision making, but it just leads us to waiting in the same spot yet again for even more time.
Oh good, we're up the elevator and can make some actual progress now?
The screen suddenly going dark isn't my idea of progress.
Hold up. I have the feeling this is going to be the part where he does something really cool.
Yeah, he took his mask off and left evidence of an intruder to anyone who uses the elevator. Very cool.
There are a lot more shots of this elevator coming up than I would have expected.
What's happening now? He ran 5 feet ahead and just stopped for no reason. Oh, good, another phone call. Who didn't see that one coming?
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
Can we actually move on to the game instead of having constant calls every 5 seconds, please?
This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
Ooh, a popsicle sounds good. I think I'm going to get one after this recording session is done.
Joe, we can't have you be distracted by food while you're on a mission. This is going to be a complete failure if you're not focused.
Yeah, you're right. I think I have some popsicles in the White House freezer room. I'll get one after this is done.
Wait, you have an entire room that's just a freezer?
Yeah, for my ice cream collection.
Behind D. Colonel, what's a Russian gunship doing here?
Hey, is this that Solid Snake guy from earlier near that Hind D?
Joe, I don't know how much more obvious we need to make it before you realize that is not Solid Snake. The person you are playing as is named Solid Snake, not the other person.
I have been paying very close attention. And if he called himself Solid Snake, I would have noticed it, but he only refers to himself as Snake, which I can only assume he means liquid, of course.
I know it's easy to be distracted by Joe's inability to think clearly, but should we just ignore that Hind D that's flying away now?
What exactly do you suppose we do? Shoot it down with missiles? We don't exactly have anything to do right now.
I suppose you're right. Maybe we can ask this Colonel person, since he wants to call us, to explain everything possible about the game.
Donald, I have the feeling you're not exactly enjoying the slower pace of this game so far, with the amount of complaining you've been doing in the past several minutes.
I suppose I'm not being completely fair, as we haven't exactly gone through a game released on the PlayStation yet. And it's more cinematic by comparison, but for me it's just a lot of dialogue that's done between mostly static images.
Are you saying that it's not entertaining to see characters that show static images with dialogue going back and forth with each other through most of the experience?
That is what I'm saying, yes.
Are you absolutely sure that it is boring to watch images of characters talking with each other? Would that change if they were in the top corners of the screen instead of slightly closer to the middle like they are in the game?
I would agree that is more entertaining, yes.
Oh, good. That was just about to get really hypocritical. And look, Joe C. Mei Ling, who was just introduced, called the character you are playing as Solid Snake. Did you see that?
Well, no, sorry. I was going to the White House freezer room to get a popsicle. I just came back a second ago.
Never mind that, Joe. Focus up. It's time for something actually important.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Snake. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Be careful, Snake. The genome soldiers have highly developed senses of hearing and vision due to their gene therapy. Make sure you don't let them see you.
First, I want you to infiltrate the disposal site and look for the DARPA chief.
The DARPA chief was injected with the same GPS transmitting nanomachines as you. He should appear on your radar as a green dot.
Get whatever information you can from him about the terrorists. If he's alive, that is.
Wait, were you talking to me? I was eating my popsicle?
Of course I was talking to you. I said your name. It's not like we have any other Joes here.
Since Joe obviously needs the reminder, the thing on the top right is the Soliton radar, and it's what he was looking at earlier, back when the elevator was coming down. It lets you see the vision of enemies, and it will go away if you're caught, so you won't know the general layout of what the area is like.
Oh yeah, that seems pretty simple.
I know what the screen says about calling when you're lonely, but Joe, please don't call them. The amount of calls in this video alone with these people is too much. I don't need even more to be happening.
Okay, good to know. Besides, I don't think Stormy Daniels has a codec number here. Otherwise, you would be calling her pretty often when you're lonely.
Wow, it's a good thing we're in a cold environment here because, Donald, you just got burned.
Nah, that was a cheap shot, but no, she definitely does not have a codec number. I've already tried.
I think we just missed an important bit of dialogue that said we could save with the frequency 140.96, since I'm sure Joe wasn't paying attention.
I'm about halfway done with my popsicle, then I will be ultra-focused for the remainder of the mission.
Don't worry, Joe. I think we'll be at part 78 before the game decides to let us actually do anything. So you have quite a lot of time.
Oh, good. Since sometimes I don't actually eat the popsicle at points, I just kind of like looking at it since I'm happy to be eating it, but then it starts melting. And then I have to put my hand under the popsicle to catch the drops. But then when I try to drink that, then some of it falls down anyway, and then I have to eat it really carefully.
I don't think anybody asked for that information, but thank you for sharing.
I think we should be paying attention to this for the mission.
But there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
Ooh, a pineapple. I think I have another popsicle that is pineapple flavored, but I won't eat it until later.
That was some very helpful information, Joe, but actually you can keep those facts to yourself next time.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
Oh, great. Even Snake doesn't have any idea of where to go. How is Joe supposed to figure this
I'll
out?
let you decide the best COA. I'm counting on you, Snake.
All right, guys, no more popsicle left. It's time to properly begin the playthrough.
I'm interested to see how you plan on getting into the facility. Do you have any strategies you plan on implementing?
Oh, not really. I'm just kind of winging it at this point and hoping things don't all fall apart really quickly.
That does not sound promising at all, and I wouldn't be surprised if you get caught out here.
At this point, I'm just happy someone is actually playing the game, so by all means, Joe, play it as you see fit.
Oh, I will. I imagine this has something important in it if it's driven all the way over here. I wonder how they drove this vehicle, considering there's no real roads that I could find.
I'm not really sure, but you got a SOCOM as it was just unattended, which is not really a good thing to do with any firearm. It should be useful when you get caught soon.
I think you mean if I get caught, since I don't plan on that happening at all in these videos. You better believe I'm going to be Bidening all over this game.
Okay, first off, please never say that again. And also, you seem to be doing well not getting detected. I would have thought your strategy of winging it would get several bullets in you by now.
Yeah, perhaps I was a little too hard on you earlier. This isn't a complete train wreck yet.
Oh, I don't think I can sneak past this guy. I have to hide. Guys, he's getting closer. I don't have any backup plans. Oh no, please don't see me here.
Wow, you got lucky that guy's IQ is really low, otherwise you would be caught, and who knows what would have happened after that. I get the feeling you need to get past him in order to get inside the building, so you'll still have to wait a little more.
I am happy, though, you managed to get away from him. I didn't want you to use your SOCOM on the second area of the game. That would be really sad and funny at the same time.
Yes, now we're finally making progress, Joe. I think you'll be okay once you crawl inside.
Oh yeah, this is such an exciting time. I'm ready for this to go on so much longer.
This dark vent area isn't what I would call really exciting personally.
Realistically, they're probably not going to be very well lit or anything.
Oh, are you kidding? Another one?
Snake, this is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan Scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Teaching Joe is like 30 generations ago, so I don't think that's right.
I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Hey, Foxhole, isn't that the group that we're supposed to be fighting?
No, Joe, that's Foxhound. It's definitely a different thing.
So call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80.
I know I keep bringing it up, but can this game stop with the codec calls here? This is really a lot, especially for newer players, since they have no idea what is going on.
Well, actually, since there's not much going on, I did look up some important backstory that you should all be aware of. There were actually 2 games released before this game, Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake on the MSX. They had some important plot details and began the series. If we played those games before this one, we would notice a lot of similarities. But they're not required to enjoy the story or gameplay.
I appreciate you mentioning that, but before you say more, the guards mentioned the DARPA chief is in the first floor basement, so we'll need to go there soon.
Thank you for bringing that up. Basically, in Metal Gear, there was Solid Snake going to stop Metal Gear, and he eventually fought his commander, Big Boss, killing him because he was really the bad guy all along, plus he saved a lot of hostages, including Gray Fox. But then, in the next game, it turns out Gray Fox is fighting you, and Big Boss was alive after all, despite his apparent death. There were also games released on the NES and are even included in the Master Collection I mentioned earlier, but they are not a part of the story for the game.
Oh, is it that simple? Also, you mentioned in Metal Gear, Snake stopped Metal Gear. What did that mean?
Sorry about that. I meant in the game Metal Gear, he destroyed a war machine named Metal Gear. I should have made that more clear.
It's all right. It's kind of hard to explain. There's a lot more details to it as well, though I don't think we'll be playing it as a series, though. We may change our mind later. There's a briefing section in this game that goes over the stories in more detail in case you didn't play the game or have Ben to explain it.
How is it that all of that was explained and we're only just now out of the vent?
Well, this game has quite a slow pace, as you have already complained about multiple times and probably will continue to in the near future.
It's not my fault everybody in this game likes calling Snake when he's on an important mission.
Yeah, I kind of wonder what happens in the context of the game itself. Does Snake just sit still and listen to the calls, while other guards just have the chance of seeing him? That seems pretty strange.
That seems logical, but I'm not sure if the designers really thought about that very much.
Guys, I need complete concentration to get past this part, please.
Joe, what exactly are you focusing on? You're going on a straight path with no guards to see you.
I didn't want the guards to hear you all talking.
Joe, the guards can't hear us. There's no microphone to speak into the game.
Oh, good. Otherwise, this would have to be a really quiet playthrough.
Yeah, don't worry about sound, Joe. Though you probably do have a point about the sounds you make on that surface from before. I'm just guessing the guards won't hear that either.
Unless, of course, you tried to make a lot of noise to attract the guards to you.
No, I'm not trying that right now. I need to get good enough to evade everyone with silence, which I need to get to the elevator.
I'm surprised the game didn't have someone call you to say how to press the button.
I think that would be pretty funny, if not just to annoy Donald some more.
Okay, Mr. DARPA Chief. I'm at the first floor basement. Where are you?
According to that codec call from earlier, he is represented by a green dot on the radar, so he's actually quite close.
Oh, I know I'll go up this ladder and make my way into his room.
Oddly convenient how there's a ladder that leads into another vent, not like there's any other purpose for it being there.
The immersion of this game is really making think I'm in an actual dark, cramped air vent, and with all the excitement that comes with it, that being none.
Hey, that's a lady in the cell. Not who we're looking for, but good to know in case we need to break her out of here.
It looks like we'll finally be getting out of this vent soon and onto something more interesting.
Who's that?
It's Liquid Snake coming to your rescue.
Oh my goodness, Joe, that's still the wrong guy.
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really?
Yep, we're here to save you also. Do you know if you can help us beat Foxhound 2? I'm kind of supposed to be fighting them soon.
He is definitely not meant to be here for fighting purposes. We have to do this ourselves.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
The terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't...
Hold up, guys. They're threatening the White House. That's where I'm at. If I fail this game, is it going to kill me?
Is it possible?
No, this is a fictional game, and it's not going to kill you if you don't succeed.
Okay, good. I was getting worried there.
How did they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay.
All right, everyone, it's classified information, meaning we better not see any documents stuffed in boxes at Mar-a-Lago later with this.
That was fake news. I was storing toilet paper in there.
Weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear. It can't be.
You knew? Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects.
A black project, what does that mean, Barack?
Is there any reason why you asked me in particular that question?
No, not really.
If you two would pay attention, it looks like this is the part where it references the previous games with Snake destroying the Metal Gears in the past.
It's also a pretty good way of showing what we're up against if it really looks like this. And assuming we do have to destroy it later on.
That would be a very good assumption, though I'm guessing it won't be coming up for a while.
Joint project between Arms Tech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution.
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex.
Hey, I know a guy named Rex. He was in a lot of my past stories in my childhood. Can I tell one of them now?
I'm having enough trouble keeping up with this story. I don't think I can handle yours as well. Maybe in the next golf video or something you can tell it.
They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
So this guard just blatantly hears a prisoner talking to someone for over a minute and doesn't even suspect there's someone else who may have snuck in. These guards really aren't very smart. If I were there, I would have immediately suspected someone was in there.
With safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course. There is a PAL. It's set up so
I think I saw an eBay listing on Mar-a-Lago's account with the PAL code being sold. Donald, do you know anything about that?
First off, that isn't how you say pal. And second, no, I had no involvement with whatever that was.
President of Arms Tech.
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch.
So if the chief and arms tech guy both die, they can't launch. That's good to know if we need to get rid of them.
That would have been a good idea, but he just said the password was taken from him anyway.
Read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psycho Mantis.
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
I'm guessing Psycho Mantis is going to be a pretty big threat. I don't know what it's like to fight against a psychic enemy in a game.
I've got an idea, guys. If we just let it read Joe's mind, then we'll have our chance to attack, since there's nothing of value to read besides his next nap time and popsicle preferences.
No, I've been doing more than just that. Like I've been, you know.
It's an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
At least we'll be getting a card that can help us prevent the launch. That would be really bad if there was just no way to win.
Well, we can only get it if we're able to find this other guy that we still haven't found yet.
Card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
Second floor.
Great, now we know generally where the other guy is. We can get to the elevator soon enough, since I think there was an option to go down there too, if I remember correctly.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color?
Saying that's a different color just seems like a way to excuse the gameplay of having an easy way to tell which walls can be destroyed, though I guess it's better than having no way of knowing at all.
I'm glad we don't have Barack playing this right now as if it involves blowing things up. We all know he would go insane like he has recently.
No, I feel better. I'm not going to have any strange reaction to blowing anything up.
Security devices. They'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Has anyone else noticed we've been in a cutscene for about 6 minutes now, and Donald has barely complained at all? I think this is working out much better than it did in the start.
I don't know, I think since there's actually important things being discussed, that doesn't amount to simply exposition for things that have already happened, or calls with people that aren't even here.
What about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
I felt this way once after eating a bad burrito, so I can relate.
Hey, what happened?
That guy is definitely dead. That was kind of weird.
That is kind of understating it. Is that just something you see happen often?
Dead.
Oh, yep, another call. I figured it's been too long since we got the last one.
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No,
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the
Guys, is security level red something I should know about?
I don't think it's something you have to worry about. It's just a way he's explaining to Snake that he doesn't have all of the information. Whether or not that is actually true, I don't know.
I'm Just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
So I was thinking, how exactly are we going to get out of here? I don't think we can go up through the vent again, and the door here is clearly locked, so I can't think of any ideas.
I've got no idea, but it will come to me.
Joe, what are you doing now?
I'm teabagging this guy like the kids do in their Call of Duty's game.
That is not helping us at all. We need to find a way out of here.
I think if I just look out here long enough, someone will notice and let me out. Hey, it worked.
Don't move.
She sounds like that lady in the other cell, I think.
So you killed the chief, you bastard.
No, actually what happened was we fell from a vent and came down, in which after we had a discussion on Metal Gear, he just suddenly had a heart attack, which doesn't sound as reasonable now that I say it out loud.
Don't move.
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking.
Come on now, Snake, it's pretty cold, so that might be it. Also, even she called him Liquid, so that must mean I am right.
No, Joe, you and the character there are wrong. That is Solid Snake.
It's all right to be wrong. It happens to the best of us.
Guys, who cares at this point?
Shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie.
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door.
How are we supposed to open it? Snake came through the vents. It's not like we just got handed a card that automatically opens doors when we're near them. Oh wait, actually we did get that, never mind.
Don't think, shoot!
Uh-oh, Joe, you got an alert after all.
In his defense, I don't think this is something that could have been avoided for story reasons.
Okay, I don't know if there's a goal here, but I have no strategies right now.
I think if you just keep shooting them, eventually they'll stop coming in.
What are you waiting for? Shoot!
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
I'm telling you, shoot!
Did anybody else see that naked guy in the background there?
I did, but I hope nobody else would, since it seems really weird for him to be there. Maybe he was the guard and that lady took his outfit.
Oh yeah, I got another ration. Nobody's defeating me today.
I am glad you have it. Otherwise, you probably would have died to all the gunfire here.
I think they're done.
You were saying,
Okay, maybe they're not all done after all.
Don't worry, everyone. Just watch this and believe in me.
It doesn't look like a smart strategy to just walk right next to him and start punching, while there's also someone shooting right at him.
did they really just throw grenades at us? That's kind of a cheap move. It's not like we had anything like that for us to use.
It doesn't matter what they throw, since I know I will be victorious, since I am the master of playing as Liquid Snake.
Thanks for the help.
What do you mean, thanks for the help? You were the one who took their time actually shooting anyone, rookie?
You fool! You've killed him! I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was very strong. I could not dive into his mind.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss, I have a good idea.
I don't think we've met those people before. I'm guessing they're from Foxhound, but I don't know how we would have seen that happen.
Maybe it was that Psycho Mantis guy, since he apparently has psychic powers. That's my only guess.
Good girl. Just like that.
Okay, that definitely has to be him.
Instead of doing another codec call, I just wanted to say thank you to those of you watching. And Merry Christmas if you're watching it on the day of release.
Yeah, I'm having a great time playing it so far. I think it will be fun to go through the whole thing.
And as typical for us, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more videos like this.
It will be a long playthrough, but it should be a good time for everyone. So long, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid. I'm back to play as Liquid Snake and do something with the Metal Gear, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this, but Joe, that is Solid Snake, not Liquid Snake. I'm not sure how you're still getting that detail messed up.
Okay, guys, let's try not to argue too much at the very beginning. Otherwise, it's all going to go downhill really quickly.
Hey, Joe, what are you doing exactly?
I don't really remember what happened last time, so I'm just going around collecting things and hoping I can get some useful items to make the journey easier wherever I'm going.
I think a better question is, why is there a guy with no pants on in this position?
An even better question is, what is Joe doing to the guy with no pants on now?
Just like the DARPA chief from before, I'm teabagging him to show my dominance.
I don't know what it is about this game, but it really seems to just bring out the demented in you. First with not being able to figure out the main character's name, and now with teabagging unconscious or dead people. That's not the proper behavior from a president.
Nah, don't worry about it. I am perfectly fine with at least playing the game, even if you don't agree with some of my other decisions.
At least you kind of seem to have an idea where you're going. I think the DARPA chief mentioned something about explosives and needing to blow up parts that weren't painted over. That sounds about right.
I'm hoping I can find some explosives here soon. Otherwise, it'll be really hard to blow up the walls.
Wait, why are you crawling now?
Calm down. I'm just being careful, in case there are lasers that will detect me by touching them. I don't want to be too careful when it comes to not getting spotted.
That is fairly reasonable when you think about it. With so many weapons around here, it makes sense why they would want to not have people just walk in and out, even if that is what's happening, and there is nobody around to guard it.
Thanks for having my back now. How do I set off an explosive?
Okay, I just realized the terrible scenario where Joe Biden is in charge of explosives. That isn't something I would wish on my worst enemies, except for Joe himself, of course.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that is a pretty bad situation. I hope these C4 items won't have to be used too often. And unfortunately, blowing up that wall only lead to another C4 and SOCOM bullets, which we already had. Looks like we'll have to blow up something else.
And I see that decent strategy of crawling to avoid laser sights just went away now.
Well, I figured the door was already open, so it must have been a lower security area. That and I forgot about my earlier strategy, I'll admit.
Yeah, who didn't see that one coming?
Actually, I think if I used the thermal goggles I got earlier, I could actually see the lasers. That could be really useful to know if they showed up, and I wouldn't have to crawl like before.
I guess that would have been helpful earlier, but okay.
Hey, you guys can lay off Joe anytime now. He actually isn't doing badly when it comes to playing the game so far. Sure, he's kind of going all over the place, and I can't fathom why he teabags people and doesn't know the main character name, but I'm sure if you were playing it, then you wouldn't be doing any better.
Wow, thanks, Ben. I am glad someone else finally acknowledges what I've been doing this whole time instead of complaining about my choices.
Okay, you are doing just fine, and it looks like you are progressing, so I'm sure you'll be doing all right.
Yeah, but I don't know how many of these walls I'll need to blow up. I can only hold 4 C4 explosives at a time.
I doubt you'll have to do too many at this point. Even if you need more, there might be another location with some...
I suppose you're right. Now I have to choose which wall I blow up, as I have only 1 C4 left. I'm hoping this was the right decision.
We'll find out pretty soon at this point, and even if you're wrong, then we'll know where to go then.
The only way to find out is by stepping in and seeing what's inside.
Am I too late?
Okay, I have no idea who this is.
We'll probably find out by watching the scene more.
He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry, I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
Does he mean all the wires around this place? Seems pretty easy to touch just by accident.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot.
Okay, so is Joe supposed to fight the guy with the revolver now? Did he put Kenneth Baker in the trap to begin with? This is all pretty weird.
Not sure, but just keep watching, otherwise we might miss an important detail.
Can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver.
Who's they supposed to be? I'm not sure if we've heard of this guy more than once before this moment, so it's not really as threatening for us, I don't think.
I'm not sure, but I think I have to fight this guy without going near those wires.
What's your strategy going to be exactly besides just shooting him?
And besides crawling on the ground like you did?
No real strategy. I think by holding the X button, I can move and shoot at the same time. So if I just keep shooting him while staying on the same path, he won't get away from me.
I think Joe crawled earlier as he was trying to press the X button to move and shoot, but accidentally went on the ground. I doubt that was intentional.
Yeah, that was just a mistake on my part, but I think I'm doing all right. Not too many problems with keeping up so far.
It looks like he's getting away a little bit, but he might need time to reload his revolver, which could give you time to get closer.
Yeah, I'll admit, I'm not as close as I was hoping, but if I just keep up what I'm doing, then I think I'll make it just fine.
At least you're not taking any major damage. Once I saw there were explosives in here, I thought it was game over for you.
Nah, it'll never be game over. That sounds like it would be good to put on the back of a shirt or something like that. What do you guys think?
That's very strange of an idea for apparel, but I guess there may be at least one person in the world who would wear that.
Looks like Joe got it done.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What? My hand!
Ooh, that looks bad. I think he might need a Band-Aid. Actually, I don't think a Band-Aid is going to be enough with a missing hand, and he might need 2 Band-Aids.
Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again! Who are you? I like you. I have no name.
His name is obviously Liquid Snake. I know this.
I am not sure how many episodes we'll have to make before I can convince you that you are playing as Solid Snake Joe.
I'm guessing never.
Okay, what was that reaction that is definitely not normal at all?
I think it was Donald's reaction to losing in the 2020 election.
Fake news, my reaction was much more graceful.
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Ooh, a Pentagon. I think I learned about that in school. That has 5 sides, I'm pretty sure.
I still can't believe you won the election.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psycho Mantis's mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Okay, we've heard about this Psycho Mantis guy a fair amount at this point. I can only imagine how we're supposed to beat him if he can read minds. I doubt we have any real defense to that.
I'm not sure. I doubt it would be as simple as just shooting him, but I don't know. And not to change topics so quickly, but apparently he read the mind of the DARPA chief, even though he was supposed to have defenses against that kind of ability. That seems like a weird discrepancy.
That would be a weird discrepancy, but if we were told false information at some point, that might explain it.
Yeah, I have the feeling either this guy or the DARPA chief wasn't being truthful with us at some point, since that just doesn't make any sense.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the DARPA chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. You know, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up? Oh.
Did we hear about some guy named Jim earlier? Maybe it was in the introduction or one of the dozen or so codec calls last time. Maybe Joe was talking about popsicles while it was happening and I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I was only focusing on my popsicle a lot last time, so I didn't hear anybody named Jim come up, if that did happen.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What?
That's not very convenient. Are we going to have to search for those card keys now on top of destroying the Metal Gear? That sounds like a lot.
Apparently that lady we saw earlier got them, so if we find her, then it should be easy enough to get them. She is a rookie after all, as we learned last time.
I wonder how she got them. Did she just take them while he was tied up with all the explosives earlier?
Not too sure. She would have needed a C4 herself to get in here.
Her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard.
If only we had a way to contact her with the codec, then she could just give us the card. That would make it really easy for us.
Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry, I forgot. Damn! Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away, but tell me...
CD case, what is that supposed to mean? It's not enough that he went full on Joe and forgot a major detail that could help us, but he also gives us this cryptic clue.
And can't he just look at the bottom part of the codec when he tries to call her, since it shows the ones you've contacted before? That seems easy enough for him to do. And who is this Hal Emmerich he's talking about? This is a lot to take in all at once.
I'm sure we'll figure it out one step at a time and not get overwhelmed by the details.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today.
Oh, good. Now, there's old-time footage, too. This has been going on for about 5 minutes now. This seems weird how we're watching this game more than actually playing it at this point.
I'll admit this is going on for longer than I thought, too. I was expecting this to be more gameplay, but that is not the case. I can see how this was revolutionary to the people who played this when it came out to some extent.
Did all of the people in 1998 not like playing games and only enjoyed getting called my strangers every other minute? I can't relate.
This does seem skippable, at least if you've played it before, but if you're going through it so you know where to go next, it's a lot to take in, just to have some good direction.
Hey, I don't mind. I'm used to sitting and just watching people talk for a long time.
That's basically how your meetings with world leaders go. You sit down and stay quiet for the whole thing, probably half asleep.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
In other words, there's plenty of available nuclear material and scientists for making a bomb. We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
We need to build a wall around the entire country so no nukes will come in.
No, he obviously meant the Metal Gear, not the wall. How would you even make a wall that tall across the whole country?
With a lot of money that I have and a lot of people that are willing to work below minimum wage.
I don't think that's exactly what he meant.
Guys, we need to focus on the game, otherwise I'll have no idea what's going to happen next.
You already don't know what's happening in your life, so that won't make much of a difference now. Plus, this is just looking at the Metal Gear again. Nothing new.
Oh, okay, I guess it's fine then?
You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business.
Hey, Donald, I think you and this guy have something in common with bribes. Isn't that what you did to keep Stormy Daniels from talking about you?
That is fake news, but also it is just a good business strategy, so he is right on that.
Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise.
Exercise? Does he mean like training missions or something like that?
Not exactly, though. Interesting that you mention it. There was a separate game called Metal Gear Solid VR Missions that was released that was similar to this game and was even included in the Master Collection, but we won't be playing that here.
It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me.
Okay, you heard the guy, Joe. He's not making it out of here. Really sad, I know, but we have to move on.
No, I think he could help us if we bring him. I'm not sure what he would do with a broken arm, but maybe he could be a distraction or something.
He wouldn't be much of a distraction for long, since he could not run away from any guards at all.
I guess not. Yeah, we can leave him here then.
I don't think I've mentioned this yet here, but can we get a move on? It's been a while since the game has been played. We're just watching this for a while now. I don't know how much more I can focus on this.
Naomi, you've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
What?
Oh my goodness, can something actually interesting happen in this game sometime today?
What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
Well, okay, that does qualify as something interesting.
You just had to ask.
I wonder what our team members have to say about this.
We're about to find out right now.
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example...
This does seem pretty weird. First there was the heart attack that DARPA chief had, then the discrepancy about telling the codes he had, then this guy's heart attack. I have the idea something wrong is happening.
Not exactly a hard conclusion to reach, but yes, this does look very strange, I imagine. Despite the people on the codec calling for any reason they can, there are still things they don't want to tell us that we should know.
Perhaps they don't know either, but the idea that two people can suddenly die of heart attacks within a few minutes of meeting both of them is very low. Maybe they injected Liquid Snake with something that killed them.
That seems as unlikely as the idea that he is called Liquid Snake, which I've already told you several times, but you keep seeming to go with that anyway.
Barack, obviously you're not getting through to him. I don't think it's worth it at this point.
You're probably right, but that doesn't mean I won't keep trying anyway.
Hey, I got my health restored. That's pretty nice.
It's even nicer that you get to actually play the game again after like 11 minutes of listening to that guy in the same room.
You're right, but now that I'm back in control, I know what to do.
Joe, why are you trying to teabag a dead guy again? How is that a problem that has occurred more than once at this point?
I am showing my superiority, especially after he didn't give us the codec number and instead said to look on the back of a CD case that we don't even have.
Strangely enough, I'm with Joe on this one. It would have been so much easier for him to just tell us, but no, we have to look for another item just to call now.
Oh, hold up a moment. There are actually guards here now. Maybe it was a C4 or that other explosion that got their attention. Now I have to avoid them.
Maybe you can unlock that door while you're here since you have the card for it.
Oh yeah, but I better be careful here. Yes, lasers. I'm glad I expected them and could crawl around them, otherwise I would have been caught. My strategy from earlier was actually right, even if it wasn't at the right time.
I'll admit I was a bit harsh on you earlier. That was good to think ahead. I think we'll need to come back here once we have higher levels of card access, but for now I think leaving is the best way to progress.
Just be careful of some floor tiles. I think I saw a few of them fall down much earlier. I can't imagine you would want to fall down them.
Don't worry, he made it over without issue. He's doing pretty well at this point.
Thanks, Donald. I thought I would get a lot more comments about my being sleepy with my game skills, but I'm glad to prove myself as relatively good to this game.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if I'll be able to accomplish the same thing if I'm the one playing the next game in the series, but that isn't something to consider for quite a long time, obviously.
You would probably do all right, but yeah, that's not for a while. In the meantime, I think I'll just get a couple of things I couldn't get earlier and then work my way around to finding out where to go next.
I have no idea myself, so we'll just leave it in your hands to figure it out. What's the worst that could happen?
He could get caught by the camera and die. He could fall asleep and hit his nuke button by mistake, get shot by a guard, quite a lot of things.
I'll have you know my nuke button was taken out. I accidentally almost hit it while trying to install my ice cream button in the Oval Office. That was a fun time.
That's the best news I've ever heard. I was surprised you hadn't hit it by accident already.
Nope, I wouldn't want to be irresponsible with it. Also, I have no idea where to go, so I'm just calling Colonel Campbell at this point.
The DARPA chief and president.
Wait, that gave me an idea? Maybe it's not an item we have to get. Maybe it's one we already have. I know this game has a digital manual that would be the equivalent of the PlayStation case, which means it should be here if I flip it around.
That was the smartest thing I've ever heard you say. I'm convinced you actually took your pills today.
Yeah, you better believe I did. That's what happens when I don't forget to do it.
If only you could operate like this to our country, then we would be so much better off.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
Okay, guys, I looked ahead, and this codec call takes about 6 minutes unedited, so I have made a decision to speed up some of the less important parts of this call. Otherwise, we're going to be spending even longer just listening to conversations. But we're still keeping in the whole part, just sped up for viewers to read along.
I guess that's fine. It will still allow us to have moments where we listen to the conversation while also not being held back by it taking a long time.
Now is as good as time as any for me to say that I looked up some updates on the Master Collection version. Apparently it got updated recently and now has more visual options to make the screen more clear than it was back when it was first released. Although it's not going to reflect in these videos, just something I found was noteworthy.
Also, I didn't want to interrupt myself earlier, but Meryl did confirm that the character being played now is Solid Snake, as I've said many times before. Joe, did you happen to see that at all?
Oh, no, sorry. I was looking at the update notes I was mentioning and wasn't looking at the screen. I missed it and was not able to confirm your statement is true.
Joe, you ignoramus, just watch the video back when it's uploaded. It's not hard to tell.
I have very important presidential duties after we're done playing today. I have no time for watching videos online.
We all know you're going to sleep right after this is done. That's all you do.
Oh, wow. How did you know that?
I can't think of anything else you would be doing, so that was just my natural assumption.
I am believing more and more that your White House staff doesn't even see you awake at all in any given day.
Barack, was he like this when you were president, too?
Yeah, but since he was vice president, it was harder to tell.
That sounds about right.
Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
Glad we have a clear direction of where to go now. We just have to get out of this building and then we're on to saving the guy in the lab.
I don't think we put much attention to it, but there only looked like there's one way that leads to the north of this building, and it's blocked by a large door that we can't open with our card.
We probably can't do much on our end, but if Meryl has some other way to open it, then that would help a lot. Not sure what she would do exactly, but it's not like we have an option.
If she can't open it, then I think the game is over, as I have no ideas myself.
Joe not having an idea of what to do, that's never happened before.
Wait, what?
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action, and now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it.
So are we just listening to her backstory now? I'm not sure if that's really important right now, since Snake is just sitting in one location waiting for a door to open. Meanwhile, any guard near him can probably hear his conversation. I imagine there has to be a better place to do this.
I think I would agree. I don't mind going into development for the characters. It's more the timing isn't the best, though the game seems to stop time for the characters. So when the codec call's happening, it's as if nothing else outside of it progresses in a weird way.
I wish that would happen in the real world. I could just make my president duty calls, and then I'd have more time to do other fun activities like take stock of my popsicle supplies.
To get past Joe's strange ideas of what he does in his spare time, we're skipping ahead slightly to cut down on waiting for Meryl to open the door and for Joe to go further on this walkway.
Thanks for that. Now I just have to wait for this guard and go to that door.
Are you serious? She's calling now?
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Oh, great. Now, when the call is done, that guard is going to be right by me, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with him.
This could go really badly and you shouldn't get caught, but I don't know if you can really just go up to where he was, as the walkway makes noise, along with the camera up there moving a lot.
Don't worry, guys. Don't you trust me to get out of a high-intensity situation well enough?
Not especially, no, I don't.
You have done fine up to this point, but I wouldn't say high-intensity situations are your strong suit. I don't even think low-intensity ones go well either.
Joe, I know you better than they do, so trust me when I say absolutely not. This is probably going to be game over.
Well, you're all no help. Thanks for nothing.
All right, Joe, this is your chance to prove us all right or wrong.
I got it. It's Bidening time.
Wow, you actually killed him with no weapons and you didn't get caught. I was expecting a lot less, but that actually didn't go badly, except for him, I suppose, but he's not the main character, so it's fine.
Do you feel any negative ramifications for killing a character so directly compared to just shooting from a distance at all?
No, I'm good. This reminded me of when I killed someone for taking my popsicle when I was younger. Basically, Uglier Joe and I were going camping, and then we got ambushed by
Joe,
some...
you tell a lot of weird stories, but I don't think we can bear to listen to this one. Plus, there's more important things to talk about, like that mine detector you got, which I don't think would have been useful in the spots we've already been to, but maybe it will be later.
Yeah, okay, fine. I won't tell the story, but that's all right. Maybe I can tell it another day when you're more willing to listen to it.
All right, guys, let's focus back up. Joe, you got a suppressor a moment ago for the SOCOM. What are you going to do now?
Well, I think Meryl said something about lasers in here back in the text for the codec. So if I use them here, they probably will be helpful for showing lasers that would otherwise be a problem.
I don't know how you can remember that and yet still can't figure out the main character's name.
I think for those details, we just have to conclude he is a lost cause. But in gameplay, he's actually not so bad, Joe. You've been doing a good job keeping alive and not getting caught when you don't have to. You have not lowered my expectations as low as I thought you would have by now.
Yeah, I've got to admit too, Joe, you're doing just fine. I look forward to more.
It's been good seeing you play. I think next time we'll watch you go even further ahead.
Thanks for all the good words, guys. And viewers, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more as always.
We'll see what's in the snow next.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and...
Oh, great. We're 2 seconds in and a codec call already.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector. Who are you? Just call me Deep Throat.
Okay, this guy's named Deep Throat. I'm not sure how we can handle this game if these are the kinds of names they are giving to people.
This would actually be in line with the Watergate scandal with former President Richard Nixon, as the codec mentioned, instead of any less appropriate usage of the term.
Oh, did someone say this guy's name is Deep Throat? That reminds me of a story where I was with my friends and we...
Joe, for the love of everything good in this world, please do not tell that story. We are going to get age restricted so quickly, and I don't want that.
Okay, now that we have a second where there's no codec calls and cutscenes, good morning, everyone. We are back with Metal Gear Solid. And if you're watching this on the day of release, happy President's Day, we are here to celebrate successful presidents such as myself that do so much good for our country.
And just in time for yet another scene to interrupt us.
This is Raven's territory. Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass.
Okay, guys, he won't let us pass. I guess the game is over now.
Not yet, Joe. It's not over yet.
That's right. You belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are.
Is that supposed to be advice on how we fight him? I'm not sure if that would be helpful.
I don't think that's what it was, Joe. Do you have any ideas on how you'll go about this?
Actually, yeah, the mines seem to only be towards the bottom, so I don't think I'll need the mine detector up above. I think the chaff grenade could stop him from using the tank to shoot me, and if I throw a regular grenade into the part where there's someone shooting, I can kill them that way. Otherwise, no, I don't know what to do.
That actually sounds like a pretty good idea. That just might work out, actually.
How is it that Joe regularly forgets how to walk upstairs in the real world and yet shows actual cognitive thought when it comes to Metal Gear Solid? That seems pretty weird.
Oh, you know me. I just like to keep people on their toes and not knowing what to expect next.
That is a rather weird way of putting it, but okay.
It looks like you only have to throw a few more grenades and you'll be done with the fight. You're doing fine so far.
I should have this one in, so I don't think it will be too difficult at this point.
As long as you don't just completely fall apart at this point, then we'll be moving on without any issue. I'm glad you're doing well.
I was about to say the same thing, but he just got ran over by a tank. I'd think that would kill any normal person, but I guess not now.
I don't know how that happened to me, but I got him, so that's what matters most. What's he doing to that guy over there? Is there something special about him besides the fact we just blew him up?
I wouldn't think so unless there's some item that he has with him, but that would be pretty weird since it's not like Snake has checked anyone else if that were the case.
Well, what do you know? He did have some kind of card with him that's pretty convenient.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy he got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon.
Oh no, is this going to be some sort of exorcism game? I don't think I can handle that. Or does that mean we're going to be possessed and become Demon Snake or something?
Probably not. I don't think he meant it literally. It's like the thing earlier about him crawling on the ground, where that wasn't an actual strategy. It was just reading into it too much.
Oh, okay, that's good.
It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
Hey, that prediction thing he has is almost like my golf instincts, though his are probably a lot less accurate than mine.
Hold up, Donald. I'm pretty sure your instincts got less accurate the more games we play. So if anything, Vulcan Ravens might be much better than yours at this point.
Guys, there's no need to talk about Donald's inaccurate prediction skills as we're not playing golf now. We can save that for when we're in the golf course next time.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just more happy to see the progress Joe has been making in this game. I know it keeps getting interrupted by calls and scenes, but it's not been a disaster so far.
Thanks, Donald. And speaking of that, it's another call.
Be careful. You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
I think we need to acknowledge the fact that Snake's nanomachines can be edited remotely to stop him from doing actions. That seems like an insane restriction of free will, and even though it is a safety precaution, in this case, leads to a huge, figurative can of worms on what people can and cannot do based on this.
I'm surprised the Democrats haven't already put this into law by now. And yes, Ben, I definitely agree on your assessment to this idea being terrible, regardless of execution.
Okay, guys, we don't have to contemplate on what I may or may not be writing laws about to restrict people. I swear I just needed to program a few people to stop ordering popsicles so much since they delay my orders. That was it. I'm not using it for anything else.
I'm pretty sure you don't write laws yourself like that, but even if you could, you are not helping yourself at all.
Yeah, I don't think this conversation is going to end well at all. So I think it's best we just focus on the game now.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm supposed to go in this elevator. If I remember correctly, though, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do after that. I guess I'll find out soon enough.
I think someone said that Hal Emmerich was in the basement of this building, but that was a while ago. And I can't remember which floor it was, though. I imagine there's not all that many to choose from.
I'm pretty sure Meryl said it was the second basement floor, but I don't remember exactly, even if that is. So it would be good to see if there's anything special in this room that could help us later.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I am guessing there are more fights coming up since we had quite a few in the past couple videos, including the one at the beginning of this one.
It's good that you're actually thinking ahead for once, although in this case, these doors all look locked, so it's not really working out as you intended.
I should be able to get into at least one of them, and it should be worth it.
Looks like you got a Nikita launcher. I can imagine that will be useful, though I'm not sure how you would use it against regular enemies, since the weapons you already have should be enough. Maybe there's a different use for it.
Once we go into the elevator to the next room, we'll find out.
Okay, no messing around. It's time to see what's up next.
Looks like a room that is really weirdly colored. I wonder what that could be.
Maybe it's just a graphical glitch.
No, actually, based on this O2 bars, I think it's a poison gas.
Okay, that is a really weird scene. What are we supposed to do now?
We'll likely get a call, and what do you know it happened right on time?
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
I guess that answers it, Joe. You have to use that Nikita missile you just got in order to hit that electric part on the wall to go forward.
All right, first I'm using a chaff grenade since I see a lot of cameras there, and I think that would cause a problem.
Wait, what? Why did the missile explode? Did you just do that?
No, I don't even think I can blow it up manually if I wanted to.
My guess is it was the chaff grenade that maybe messed up the connection between the launcher and missile. Or at least I assume the launcher controls the missile once it's fired, but I don't know exactly.
Well, I'm using it without any problems this time, so even if the reason wasn't correct, it looks like it was because of the chaff grenade. That is pretty weird.
And on a related note, while you were using the missile, I noticed along the sides there were some doors you should be able to go into. Do you plan on doing that now?
I think I'll go into some of them, but since the gas will probably still be there, I don't want to spend too much time looking for things unless I get a gas mask.
That is a good idea, and I think you were right to take a breather to get that O2 level back up. From what I noticed, I think going to the bottom right is the way to go, as the radar didn't really show much else on the left.
I'll go there soon, but I'm taking a moment to look through these rooms in case there is something worthwhile.
Sounds good. I think we'll be all right by you just going to a couple rooms and maybe going back up near the elevator and repeat until you're done looking around.
Well, after I use this grenade, I'm just going to the bottom right since I won't need to go back up for now, and it looks like I did get a gas mask too. That's convenient when I don't need the key card to open doors already.
Great job, Joe. You're still keeping it together, even with this time limit imposed on you.
And now we get to see what's coming up next in this place.
I don't know what those sounds were, but I can't imagine any of them were good. Sounded more like swinging something than shooting from what I could tell.
Guys, I'm a little worried. I'm not sure what to expect.
It looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
I can only imagine what terrible thing did this to these guys. Do we have to fight it too?
It's a ghost.
I don't want to go forward and end up like that guy if there's another way around.
No, Joe, I know this place looks really scary, but we just have to keep going and see what is causing this thing and stop it.
I can't imagine this going well at all.
All right, well, thanks for watching, everyone. That's the end of the video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
No, Donald, we can't stop now. We have to face this thing head on and not give up now.
I agree with Donald. We should stop now.
Hey, he just wet himself like Joe probably does on a daily basis.
Nah, only on a weekly basis.
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
Hey, that's the guy who cut off Revolver Ocelot's hand. And this might be stretching it, but I think he sounds like that deep throat guy who called a few times.
I'm not sure about that last one, but I can see how you would think that based on his voice.
Are all of you sure it's not too late to shut the game off and do something else? I didn't have anything else planned. I just don't want to fight this guy when he cut up those people outside the room here.
No, we're staying here now.
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Oh, is this guy one of those weebs who like to Naruto run everywhere? I think we should just let him die at this point.
Normally I wouldn't agree with something so insulting, but if it means getting out of here, I'll take it.
Come on, you two, we can't just give up now. We have to face this ninja. Otherwise, we'll never save the world and protect Metal Gear.
Easy for you to say. I'm the one actually playing the game. I have no idea how to fight something like this.
I think his monologue about fighting should be done soon. So it would be best for us to be 100% focused on fighting him and not running away at all.
Okay, fine, I don't like this, but I don't think I have much of a choice at this point.
I have to reluctantly agree.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Fantastic start, Joe. Way to fight him efficiently.
Shut up, Barack. You told me to fight him. Don't insult me for not reacting to his kickflip move. Not like you would be doing any better.
Yeah, I'm on Joe's side. He's the one actually putting forward the effort. You're just insulting him while also telling him to keep going with something he doesn't want to do for good reason.
I don't know. I think Barack is right on this one, although I agree that kickflip from him was not easy to dodge. If Joe were more focused, then he would have a better chance at avoiding it.
All right, maybe I was a little too harsh, but you still need to be doing way more damage than you are to him, as there's way more health for him than there is for you.
Once he stops jumping around like a lunatic, maybe I could do some damage.
It looks like you're doing better now. If you just keep hitting him when he does his jump straight down, then you'll have time to attack.
I'll try, but if he jumps around so much, it will be hard for me to get an opportunity.
Hey, I just thought of something. If he is a cyborg, couldn't you use a chaff grenade against him to mess up the mechanical parts of him?
Probably, but I do want to try and honor his thing about not trusting my life to a weapon, which is kind of weird when you think about it, as I've been doing that a lot in the playthrough. And he uses his sword, but I'll be all right.
I think you should use one since it's not like it could harm anything if you did.
Nah, I'm going to do my own thing. You wanted me to fight him so badly, I'm not letting you choose how I fight against him if I mess up. Then I'll just keep trying until I do get it.
Nicely done sticking to what you believe in. Plus, you're taking more of his health than the other way around, so you're not in any real danger of losing, unless he starts using really different attacks.
Well, Joe is about halfway through the fight, and so far nothing too different has happened, so at least for now I think we'll be okay.
I feel like by now we would have gotten 7 or 8 codec calls about how to fight him, but I guess not.
At some point, I'm sure there will be a scene of him doing something different, and I'll have to adapt.
Even if there is, I think you're at the point to where you can probably keep up with him since you're doing well enough.
You know what? You're right. Even if he does come up with something else, I can handle it.
I'm glad you're keeping your spirits up.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
Okay, guys, I've got no idea how I'm going to beat him. I think that's it for me.
Wait, what do you mean you were so confident just a minute ago and you're not?
I didn't realize he was going to turn invisible during the fight. He's the real tactical espionage action expert here. Since I can't turn invisible, that would make this game too easy.
I think you can still beat him. Even when he is invisible, there is still the outline where he is that distorts the area around him. And when he is attacking, it's much easier to see him. You just have to actively search for him instead of relying on him to come to you.
I know this might seem like a lot, especially as you have used a ration now, but you're still able to beat him. I don't think it will be too difficult for you.
Maybe you're all right. Perhaps I can defeat him even if I'm not confident in myself.
His health is going down. You're getting close.
Like old times. I've been waiting for this pain.
Wait, old times, what is he talking about? We haven't fought him before. I know we saw him after fighting Revolver Ocelot, but that wasn't a fight against him. And even if Ben is right in saying he was Deep Throat, that wouldn't make sense either. Ben, you might have briefly mentioned some MSX games a while ago. Is it possible he was in one or both of those games?
I think I did mention that a part or two ago, but I don't remember if it said anything about a cyborg ninja. But yes, he must be referring to some past event with Snake that wasn't in this specific game. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
You're probably right. Hopefully the game will explain that a bit more clearly later, but that's if this fight can finish soon. It has been going on for a while now.
Ooh, I know I can tell one of my stories to pass the time.
At this point, I'd rather take on the ninja myself instead of hearing another story.
So there I was in the depths of outer heaven going to stop a bipedal weapon from destroying the world. I was tasked by my commander, Vernon Katafi, to save the world. There I started Operation Intrude N-313, but then I met up with one of my captured friends, Justin Halley, and he told me I needed to save the world or something, which was redundant since that was what I was already doing. I soon reached the weapon room, but turns out it was just a big computer, so I blew it up and left. Then I was sent out to Zanzibarland in order to do basically the same thing again, except I met my friend Justin Halley again, except he was transformed into this other guy named Gray Fox. I fought him, which was really sad since he was my friend. I met my commander, who was actually the bad guy, so I torched him and left the end.
That was yet another terrible story of yours, Joe, which is to be expected. And of course, that was from, I'm actually not sure where that came from. Do any of you know?
It came from me, I just said it.
No, he means you always get your stories from some other book or movie. But I'm not sure where that one was from either.
I've got no idea myself.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
This will be Donald when he loses the next election for sure.
Fake news, I'm gonna win like always.
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
Well, that was really weird. I'm sure the people at the codec want to call about it as always. So let's hear them.
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
Wait a minute, they just mentioned Gray Fox in Zanzibar, just like Joe did in his story. That must have means he played the MSX games, if that's what they were from. But I could have sworn he never played any of the games in the series.
No, I've never played another Metal Gear game besides this one. Don't you think I would have remembered if I would?
Actually, no, I don't think you would have remembered since we all know your memory skills are quite non-existent by now.
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes, but they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything.
Whoa, that's a lot worse than the story I remember. Then again, I wouldn't have been there in those 4 years, so that makes sense. That must have been hard to go through.
The only worst thing I can think of is having 4 years of Joe as president, but we're already there. So it's probably even worse than Gray Fox being tested.
Oh, come on, I'm not that bad.
Well, he's not wrong exactly.
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure if the Colonel is right on that one. He seemed to know who Snake was, and their past was connected in some way. Though maybe he's referring to him saying that he's losing himself.
Either way, if he's so focused on fighting Snake, we will have to keep an eye on him until he's done trying to get revenge, or whatever it is.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
I think this guy is Hal Emmerich. I don't think it was said, but I don't see anyone else that could be him.
If it's not, then I don't know where else he would be at, so I hope so.
You're the Metal Gear chief engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh, well, at least you're not one of them.
Even though we're not one of them, it would be pretty neat to get a sword and also turn invisible. It would make this game way easier.
Maybe we can get those as an unlockable once we finish the game.
It's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Liar. I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Wow, Snake and Hal are not getting off on the right foot. He witnessed him pee himself before going into the locker, and now is mad at him for the Metal Gear details.
This is a really weird character interaction, especially since this cyborg ninja, sneaking expert, and nuclear weapons scientist all should have nothing to do with each other, but are all involved in this somehow. I wonder how these stories are thought up.
Probably not with any coherency to start out. I imagine when Hideo Kojima was pitching this game to Konami, they reacted how we do to Joe's stories, except this one seemed to work out a lot better.
Oh, come on, my stories are pretty good. You just don't enjoy the complexity of my fun tales.
I don't know how to say this in a good way, Joe, but your stories are really bad, and you should feel bad for ever thinking of telling them.
Nah, I'm going to keep telling them all day long if I have to, until you all enjoy them.
Guys, we all know Joe's stories are terrible. Let's actually start paying attention to the game soon.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, that Metal Gear description was really enticing. I'm on the edge of my seat now.
Okay, that was a bad example, but surely something better will be coming up that we can learn from. I am hoping it will add some levity after fighting the ninja, so we have some downtime.
Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using Nova and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data.
I know usually it's Donald that brings this up, but I think it's been about 7 minutes since the last bit of gameplay. I'm willing to bet the entire rest of the episode is just watching more scenes with no gameplay.
On one hand, I do think it is a bit much to have the game spaced out like that, but on the other hand, like I mentioned before, after fighting the ninja, going through that hallway and the gas area, I think it's nice to just not think about having a lot of action taking place.
Maybe we'll learn something interesting about Hal that isn't his enjoyment of anime.
Looks like that's where this is going.
The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
Wow, I was thinking it would be a lot less grim than that, but I suppose that is definitely different.
I wonder if we're ever going to learn anything more about Hal's family. Like if they like swimming in pools, or if they use a wheelchair, or even if they work for people who do inspections.
I highly doubt we're going to learn those very specific things, especially since they're not in the game. Or at least I wouldn't think they would be.
Okay, you're right. I guess we'll just have to learn more about Hal then, since he's one of the only good guys we've met up to this point that hasn't died right after.
Let's hope it doesn't happen to him.
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex.
We have to destroy that thing? I'm sure we knew that would need to happen, but if this thing has a railgun laser and is that large, then I'm not sure how we can get rid of it. We'll have to think of a way to do that along the way.
Yeah, I never thought about what we would actually have to do once we got to the Metal Gear. I was just winging it and hoping it would all work out.
I get the impression that's what you've been doing since the inauguration. That would explain a lot.
Yeah, Joe, he's got you there. Most of the decisions you have made in your life have just been winging it, and it happened to work out for you.
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was going to use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Okay, there's a few things that have to be brought up. Firstly, why does he just have this and we don't? Surely it would be more useful to the person actually going through this place to use it most. Second is, I'm not sure if this is the same thing the Ninja had, but I highly doubt it, since Hal would not have been involved in making the suit that was used for Gray Fox. Third, how does this technology even exist? I get this is a fictional game, but it would be good to get an explanation on what exactly this thing does and how it works, especially since it would be helpful if we had it.
I think you're putting too much thought into this. But those questions are valid. It would speed this game up considerably if Joe could use it himself, although there would be no real suspense since we know he could just run by most obstacles in the game with no issue.
We should just accept that Joe won't have this as good as it would be and move on from here.
There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
Guys, I just thought of a theory. Maybe she's in the women's restroom. We haven't seen any women in this game, I don't think, and especially not the guards. If we need to find Meryl, then we're going to have to go to the restroom.
I think you just want to have an excuse to be a peeping Tom and say you're on an espionage mission when it inevitably falls apart.
Normally, I would agree with you, but this time you might actually be right. Maybe if we hide near a restroom, we can see who goes in.
This is already a terrible idea.
Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse today.
Is this guy really this obsessed with Japan robots? I think Donald was right earlier. We should have just let the Ninja finish him off and even taken the invisible suit. It would have made everything easier.
I knew you would come around sooner or later, but I guess it's too late for that now.
Hey guys, I think we're about done for the day. There's not much left to this scene.
I doubt there's much more vital information here, so I think we'll be done now. This had a lot of information and scenes without much gameplay, but I think we're just getting used to it. Donald hasn't even complained this time.
We're just adapting to the longer length of the game at this point, so I'm not as bothered by it.
That sounds about right. As always, thank you to everyone watching. We'll be back with this game and others quite soon.
Golf with your friends will still happen on occasion, but mainly it will be this and Final Fantasy IV.
We say this all the time, but make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see more.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid, where we're going to continue trying to beat Foxhound members and also sneak around and other things.
Hopefully, there will be some actual gameplay for most of it, instead of mostly cutscenes for over half the runtime. But at this point, I'm not surprised if it will happen like that again.
Based on how this game has been going, I wouldn't bet on it being any different, but honestly, I'm not sure.
Do you have any ideas of where you're going right now? Or should we give you some direction?
Well, I was thinking of going over to check a few of the rooms on the left in the gas area, since I didn't look there very much last time, but then after that, I think I'll go try and find Meryl, otherwise I didn't have any other ideas.
I'm pretty sure that will work fine in itself. but do you think you'll make it in one trip with all the gas making it so you have a tighter time limit? Even with the gas mask you got last time, there still isn't much time when you have to switch out the card to enter rooms.
Don't worry about him. I think he's got this. He hasn't failed us in this game yet. Perhaps in most areas of the real world, but not in Metal Gear Solid.
Thanks, Ben. I think most of that was a compliment, even if I'm not totally sure at this point.
Yeah, don't worry about him. He wasn't complimenting you on your real-life events. But I don't want you thinking about that, as your constant failures might get to you and make you less confident in this game.
Wow, that really doesn't make me feel any better at all, but okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry I didn't mean to bring up real-world issues into this, but I hope you didn't take that the wrong way.
No, don't worry about it. I hear it all the time on Twitter. Well, more what my White House assistant reads off of Twitter since I don't use it myself. I forgot how to hold a phone a while back and decided it was just easier to have someone else do it.
I'm not even going to ask how you forgot to hold a phone, because at this point, I don't think I'm going to get a satisfying answer.
No, you definitely don't want to hear the backstory on that. It looks like you're actually going to search just about the whole section in one try, which is great. Hey, I was also curious, Joe. Do you have any other Konami games you like playing at all?
Well, yes, actually I do. I've been playing games like Suikoden, Azure Dreams, Castlevania, role-playing games, basically a lot of Konami games. When I play those, I like to think I'm a very methodical man, the kind that kicks his tires before he leaves. I'm a very skilled gamer and highly suited to this gameplay style. I'm also extremely careful of traps, like in that basement level, which some think is being a coward. But I'd like to think it's just me being cautious.
Okay, that's fine. We didn't need the whole Match.com description of you. He just wanted to know what you like.
Wait, how did you know that was on my Match.com profile? I thought nobody else knew about that.
We don't want to hear about that right now, Joe. Do you have an idea how you are looking for Meryl?
Well, yeah, I'm going to wait here, and when she goes into the bathroom, I'm going to follow her in. I think I mentioned that last time.
Wait, really, Joe? I thought you were just kidding when you said that before. How is it that we're at the point where we have a sitting president who decides the first instinct to finding someone is to wait until they use the bathroom on the off chance they'll have an opening and sneak in? That's the state of our country now.
Hold on, Donald. I think someone's actually going in there right now.
I don't know what's more disturbing, the fact that it was Joe's first idea to search for Meryl was to catch her in the restroom, or that it actually worked.
Let's just say both are equally disturbing and move on.
That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
You're Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake.
I feel like Joe is the kind of person that would hit on someone in the restroom.
I don't do it that often, only on days that end in a Y.
Joe, that's every day.
Same smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back.
I'm a little bit confused on the idea of the uniform smelling like blood. I don't believe it was bloody to begin with, but then when she just started shooting people outside of the DARPA chief's cell, that definitely would have contributed to all of the blood. So really, it's all her fault.
You're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does, killing. There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
No purpose in life sounds like Joe on any given day of the week.
I'll have you know I have many purposes in life, like, you know, that time when I forgot.
Yeah, who didn't see that one coming?
Why didn't you contact me?
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
That's a very strange thing to point out, though it did end up helping him recognize Meryl in a weird way. Again, this is just typical Joe behavior. So I'm sure that's how he knew where to find Meryl.
Are you even going to deny that Joe, or is Donald right?
Let's be honest, guys. What did you really expect out of me? I know what to look for when people are walking.
We override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I'd like to shoot my shot at Meryl, if you know what I mean.
Joe, why are you getting more unhinged than normal? Is it because Meryl is here? Is this really how you act in front of women?
Basically, my options for who I want to be around are the ninja who tried to kill me, the scientist who wet his pants, the DARPA chief's corpse, and that tank that blew up outside, so I don't have many preferable options for who I can rizz up.
Okay, first off, never say rizz up again. You have no concept on the terms the younger generation use. And it sounds weird when you say it.
My father. He was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
So are you a soldier yet?
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself.
Yeah, I'm taking a hard look at you too, Meryl.
Please calm down, Joe. I don't think I can handle this playthrough if you're going to be like this every time Meryl is on screen.
I'm not suggesting we abandon Joe altogether, but I don't think I can handle this either.
Oh, come on, guys. I'm just kidding around. I won't be trying to rizz up Meryl that much more for a while. I know I need to keep my eyes on the mission here to destroy Metal Gear or use the 3 cards to stop it too.
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh, so I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my 45.
Hey, 45, that's just like me, the superior president.
Actually, I'm pretty sure 44 is the better president. Also, I got 2 terms, also 46 is better.
Wait, who is the 46th president? I haven't been keeping up with current events.
That's you, Joe. How do you even forget that?
I don't know. Sometimes it just slips my mind. It happens.
The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Okay, let's go. I know this place better than you. I'll be point man. Follow me.
I'll follow you anywhere, Meryl. Please never leave me.
Oh, great. Now you're down bad for her. First you were trying to rizz her up, and now you're desperate for her attention. This is all going downhill so fast.
Joe, please just tell us what you're going to do in the game without simping for Meryl.
Okay, fine. I do think I'll make my way down to the rooms below. I know I already looked around here before, but I know Meryl gave the level 5 card, so I'm hoping it gives a few more options, though. I think I saw a level 6 door, so I know I can't get everything.
So far, you got diazepam in a box, so I don't imagine those will be too useful right now.
Honestly, I would rather have this over Joe going nuts over Meryl. I'm just surprised he hasn't reacted the same way he does to the dancers in Final Fantasy IV.
All right, that is a fairly good point. I think after everyone went through Mount Ordeals, it cured everyone of their insane reactions.
You're probably right, but this is no time to lore dump on a completely different game. The viewers can just watch Final Fantasy IV if they want to know what happens there.
This is a not very subtle plug for that series. At this point, I imagine. Can we stay focused on this game instead now?
Wait, has this music always been here?
I don't recognize it. I don't think so.
My head. Oh, it hurts.
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake.
Are you okay? What happened?
No, please, I can't have anything happen to Meryl. I don't know what I'll do without her.
You'll be fine. You'll probably forget about her in about 3 minutes at most.
Let's go. Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
She's not speaking the same way as before. I think something very strange is going on, and I don't know what to expect next.
Well, I don't think it will be very long until we find out, since we're in the only room we can go now.
Perhaps if we get help, we can move this bookshelf around and go past it or something. I don't know.
That's kind of weird. There's really nothing here to do right now.
Snake, how do you like me?
Oh, yeah, Meryl, you know I do.
Oh no, it's going to get even worse.
Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, make love to me.
Oh yeah, this last moment of my life make me feel alive again, Meryl.
All right, Joe, that's it. I'm taking the controller. I don't normally advise violence against women, but I have to knock her out to get you to stop.
I think you can give the controller back after you're done, but otherwise I completely agree with you on this.
Okay, fine. I'll calm down in a second. Just give me back the controller.
All right, but only when I knock her out to calm you down.
Useless woman. Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
You doubt my power?
Sorry about that, guys. I'm calm now.
Now, I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I'm Psycho Mantis.
I think this is the psychic that was mentioned earlier. He has a really weird outfit to him.
I don't know, he looks like a typical liberal.
It's useless, I told you. I can read your every thought. Now, let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past.
Wait, what? What does he mean?
You are a very methodical man. The type that always kicks his tires before he leaves.
Hey, I said that earlier.
You are a highly skilled warrior, well suited to this stealth mission. You are extremely careful of traps. You are either very cautious or you are a coward.
He definitely got the coward part, right?
I don't want to hear it from you, bunker boy. You know I'm more courageous than you and not a coward. Whatever that word means, I'm not quite sure.
I can see into your mind. So, you like Suikoden?
This is getting really weird. It's like he's reading into the memory of the system and reading what Joe is interested in. It's also strange how he can know what Joe said earlier in the video, too.
Maybe he can tell me what I ate for breakfast this morning, since I can't remember, but I'd like to eat it for tomorrow if I could.
Knowing you, it's probably some ice cream or popsicle, or more likely a combination of both.
You have not said often. You are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power.
Guys, I got worried and brought out a strategy guide for this part. And I don't mean to spoil anything, but for this next part, Joe, this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to put the controller in your pants.
Wait, what? That sounds weird.
Trust me, Joe, do it now.
Okay, fine, I'll do it.
Yeah, Psycho Mantis, you're the best.
Okay, that's enough fooling around now, guys.
He has too much power. I don't think I can beat him.
The demonstration is over.
Don't worry, Joe. Just remember, move on him. You can do anything and grab him by the poop.
Wow, we are definitely not keeping that in. Donald, why do you have to be like that? You're going to get this channel canceled so quickly, and then we'll never beat Metal Gear.
Well, I thought he could read Joe's mind and read his inputs, but if I gave him an idea, then he couldn't come up with a defense or anything. It was sound logic.
No, it is definitely not. But Joe, why did you switch the controller input to player 2 exactly?
Well, I was thinking if he could know what I was doing, it was probably because of the controller inputs, so I just decided to change it. So maybe he couldn't read my mind, similar to Donald's idea, but better executed.
Not like there's anything to even read in your mind. It's practically empty in there.
Well, by changing the controller port, there's no way he can use my vast knowledge or anything else. So I think we can win this now.
The idea seems fine, but that's only really a defense against his psychic abilities. It's not really a strategy on actually fighting him. What do you plan on doing against him?
I think I can just punch him a lot, and that should whittle him down. But I can also shoot him, assuming I know where he's at. And if he doesn't have any floating objects blocking him, that's about it.
I'm not sure how well that's going to work out, but I don't have any better idea, so that will have to do.
I think my strategy from earlier would work really well. You should try that instead.
I don't want to get canceled today. I think I'll be fine.
All right, fine, that works too.
Why? Why couldn't I read your mind?
No, don't do this. I'm sorry, Meryl, but the only way to save you is to beat you down. I didn't want it to come down to this yet.
Wait, what do you mean by yet exactly? What could that possibly mean, Joe?
Oh, nothing. I didn't mean to say that.
You are powerful indeed, but I know your weak point. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out. Ah!
Stop! Meryl!
Now you've gone too far, Mr. Mantis. I'm going to make sure you never leave this room alive for having Meryl try to shoot herself.
All right, good job, Joe. She's probably going to be unconscious for the rest of the battle. So it's just the two of you now.
It will just be the one of us in a minute, since I'm not letting him be alive for doing anything to Meryl.
Joe, I think you're taking this a bit too seriously. It's just a game, and Meryl isn't even real. She's just a character.
As much as I agree with you, if his unchecked and illogical rage keeps him focused on fighting and not simping for her, I think this is the better alternative.
I hadn't thought of it like that. It is marginally better, but I still don't like either options at this point.
Come on, guys, I am being perfectly rational. I don't want anything to happen to Meryl. And since Psycho Mantis is against that, then I am against him. So that's why this needs to happen.
I mean, we get that, but you were already going nuts for her before he even came around and don't know what you'd do with her at this rate.
Okay, enough of you distracting me. I have a mission, and killing this guy is going to be the next part of that. So you better believe he's going to regret reading my mind and controller inputs, and also memory card.
Well, I certainly hope you're done soon. This fight has been going on for quite a while.
All right, you beat him. I anticipate a call soon because, of course, there's going to be one.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake. I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
Oh yeah, you know I like her. I just want to stay in this commander room with her and...
We do not need to hear the rest of that sentence, please. I'd rather hear the codec at this point.
It's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
I hope he doesn't like Meryl as much as Joe does.
So, you used the other... I wasn't able to read the future.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
That sounds like a profound statement from Solid Snake. I feel like this game has quite a few more unique messages and statements that last in players' minds long after the playthrough is over. And in some ways, that is a good way of cementing the status of this game as a classic.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that in general, even though I haven't seen this game to completion yet. There are a lot of memorable moments in the game so far that I assume has left a great impression on players, especially with the unique way Psycho Mantis interacts with the console itself, though it was kind of ruined by Joe's constant infatuation for Meryl.
Don't worry, everyone. I have a much better control of myself this time. Nobody's getting in the way of my clear focus to the end of the game.
Hey, he's been telling us where to go. I hope you all have been paying attention.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the pasts, presents, and futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
That must be hard, knowing what so many people are thinking, since I imagine a lot of them aren't so great.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA.
I wonder if he ever read Joe's mind in his world. I think that alone would be enough to drive anyone insane with the stories that didn't happen, and all the other useless junk in there.
I don't get why you all think these stories never happened, but I don't think I can convince you at this point. I'll just keep telling them until you believe me.
I think it's actually because we don't believe they happened due to the fact they're all fictional stories or happened on times you weren't alive for.
One day I'll convince you all.
From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into was my father's.
Ooh, and then what?
I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart. My mother died in childbirth, and he despised me for it. I thought my father was going to kill me.
This is really sad and all, but I wished I had brought some popcorn to this. I forgot to when we started playing today.
Donald, this is supposed to be a serious moment.
I don't really care, I'm hungry.
When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma.
Okay, first off, that's a huge overreaction to finding out your father hates you. You just burn a village to the ground. That doesn't really make any sense, since his psychic powers don't really involve fire, unless he controlled another guy that could control fire or something, but that seems really unlikely. Also, Wen said that Snake had the same trauma. Does that literally mean Snake also burned down a village? Since those two backstories being the same seems pretty unlikely.
He probably didn't mean it that way, but he wasn't very clear, so perhaps he just meant something bad happened in Snake's life that we're not aware of.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake. You're just like the boss.
Oh, the boss? That must mean Solid Snake, right? That guy we've heard from a couple times that Barack keeps trying to convince me is actually Liquid Snake for some reason. Unless there's also another character just named the boss we haven't seen yet.
I'm trying to tell you his name is Liquid Snake, because that's what his name is. We're already 4 parts in, and you haven't gotten it yet.
I saw you there. You have a large place in your heart.
A large place?
Yes, a large place.
Oh, I've got a large place for Meryl, but it's not my heart.
Please stop talking, Joe. You are actively ruining any seriousness this scene has.
Oh, I'm sorry, Popcorn Muncher. I didn't realize you were still paying attention. I could have sworn you didn't care about these scenes, as they last more than a minute, which is your typical attention span.
I don't want to hear about attention spans from the same guy who forgets how to talk at every other speech he does, and just goes talking about gibberish that nobody cares for.
Guys, please hold it together. We're almost done for the day.
I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door.
Hey, you did move the shelf after all.
This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Good riddance to him. He tried to hurt Meryl. I don't care what happens now.
Wow, it seems as though half of us really didn't take this seriously. It's very interesting, especially with gaming back when this came out, to have a character so unique in both gameplay and story. But it seems those details have been ignored by Joe's simping for Meryl and Donald's fixation on popcorn taking center stage.
Next time I'll get my popcorn ready before we start, so I won't interrupt the sudden backstory that I'm supposed to care about only right before and after fighting the guy.
His point was more that you and Joe were more focused on other things besides the game, but I don't entirely agree with the seriousness of Psycho Mantis dying there, as he didn't have much more of a presence beforehand, at least physically. I'm sure there will be more scenes for us to focus on, and hopefully not annoy Barack when we're not completely focused on them.
All right, fine. Maybe I did get a bit worked up. Sorry if it came across the wrong way.
It's all right, you're fine.
Your real name.
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone. Just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life.
I could really use Meryl complicating my life, if you know what I mean.
Here we go again. No, I do not know what you mean, and I do not want to know what you mean by that either.
All right, guys, I think it's time we finish up now. Since there's not much left to do right now, Joe should be changing the controller port since Psycho Mantis is dead, and we'll move on to the next part of the game soon enough.
I've been having a good amount of fun with this, even if the fight I had lasted a little longer than I thought. And plus, when you think about it, we really just went up one floor after fighting Gray Fox, then found Meryl and fought Mr. Mantis, and that took over 26 minutes in itself.
That's all right. The long scenes and story are what make the game more fun, at least for me, though. I can see how others might not think the same way about it, since it is different for games released around the same time.
I find it a bit boring, but it is still pretty engaging. I hope everyone watching enjoyed. More should be coming up soon like normal.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe like always.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid. I'm so excited to see Meryl again. I missed her since last time. I just want to be with her and do it.
All right, Joe, it's only been less than 10 seconds. You don't need to simp for Meryl already?
I don't know, guys. I think I really have a shot with her, don't you think? Once we get off of Shadow Moses Island, we can spend our lives together.
I think we're at the point in Joe's life to where he can't even differentiate real people from video game characters, so I don't really think he's fit to play this game, much less be the president.
Normally, I'd try to defend you, but at this point, I don't really think I can. You're like 81. So I understand you're not able to do as much at your age, but I don't think this obsession with Meryl is healthy.
Come on, guys. I just want to show her a good time like I used to do in the olden days, where people went to drive-in theaters and where cars were new and where people had different fountains to drink from. You know, the best years for America.
Are you actually telling me that a time period in America where people had segregated drinking fountains is the best time for the country?
Well, not for that reason specifically, but yeah, I don't see color, so it's not a problem for me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't see color. Hey, where did you go exactly when you got onto a bus?
I went to the front, obviously. I don't know where else I was supposed to go. Certainly not in the back, because why would I even do that? The front was reserved for people like me.
You don't see color, but you certainly see benefits of your color.
Well, what do we do here?
This place is mine. I'll take point again. Stay back, okay?
But the radar isn't working. And since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me.
I'm not quite sure what she's doing. I'm pretty sure the only time there were footprints was back in the start, where we needed to get inside the main building and guards could see them. I guess they would have been during the tank fight too, but they didn't really matter then. I wonder what significance they have here.
She mentioned something about mines, but I don't know how she knows exactly where to walk unless she has a strategy guide of her own on how to beat the game she's in.
Maybe she's just really lucky and this isn't a strategy at all. If she has rations equipped, she can probably take a few mines.
Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
A strong man like me makes his own future. I'm taking my own path right now.
Wow, that actually worked.
Meryl.
What is it?
Oh no, I don't like where this is going.
Meryl, get down! Meryl!
How dare someone hurt my Meryl? I'll kill anyone who hurts her. Show yourself.
Calm down, Joe. We'll help her, but you can't go insane now.
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl!
I guess I am a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
They want me, they have my complete focus. No, stop it! Nothing to save you now.
Joe, get a grip. We can't understand you and we need you to be on the top of your game. Otherwise, Meryl will probably die.
I promised.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I know Joe won't like this, but can we just leave her? Is that an option for us? I don't think we really need her at this point. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to take that as a no. You don't want to leave her alone at this point.
Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me. Now get out of here.
Oh, yep, another codec call who didn't see that coming from a mile away.
Meryl! Damn. Snake, it's a trap. The sniper's trick to lure you out. The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl, so he can pick you off. Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. It doesn't matter to her.
I really don't want it to take this long. Can you imagine having something like multiple maps in a jungle or something where you're just fighting a sniper? How boring would that be? I imagine it would take a week for that fight alone.
She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
It is rather nice that the Snake isn't willing to leave Meryl behind, even though he said he would after the Psycho Mantis fight was done. It sounds like he was either making that up or it was actual development for him.
That's good and all, but we can still just walk past her. Probably, I don't imagine it would be that hard to do, and we can just proceed with the game.
Joe is not coming back to us if we let Meryl die.
Even better, that's really killing two birds with one stone.
I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I understand. I'm sorry.
All right, here's the plan. I'm going back to the basement of the previous building we were at. We have a higher number card key, so we are able to access more doors, and one of them must have a sniper rifle. We would need to fight Sniper Wolf. We'll get it. Go back and show her what a Biden is really made of.
Wow, you're really focused on saving Meryl. If you were like this while being the president, you'd be the most popular in history by a long shot.
Right you are, and after I'm done fighting her, I'm going to treat myself to a truck full of popsicles, where I'm going to bring Meryl in, and then I'm going to use the popsicle sticks to...
Okay, we get it. You're serious. We believe you, but we don't need to age, restrict this video, or anything crazy like that.
I've never seen you like this before, Joe. I thought it was bad when we fought Psycho Mantis, but you're really dead set on fighting her because she shot Meryl.
I can never look past this. Nobody gets to shoot my #1 priority in life and get away with it. Sniper Wolf better remember this day, as it's the last memory she will have.
Wow, Joe, you're getting pretty intense. What's your plan on dealing with her now that you got the sniper rifle?
Just swallowing a few tablets and shooting at her from a distance is all I can really do. Not like I can just walk over to her.
Based on your anger to her shooting Meryl, I was expecting a little more, but if that's all you can do, then that's fine.
So this is really what we're doing. We're just waiting for her to move from her spot and shoot her. This seems a little anticlimactic, I'll admit.
Actually, if she shoots Snake, it looks like he automatically moves position, which gives quite the disadvantage. I think Joe might have to move him around in order to get a good spot.
That and I have to keep taking the diazepam in order to keep Snake steady, otherwise he's going to miss his shots.
So can you shoot anything else to make the time go by, or not anything? I'm not sure if there's a rat or something. Maybe if you keep shooting them, then larger ones will appear.
Yes, I only have one focus right now, and that's her. Nothing, not even my popsicles or ice cream, is going to distract me from taking her down.
Hey, I just thought about something. Where is Meryl? She was here not too long ago, and she seems to have gotten away. It's not like she was very mobile while being shot. So I imagine someone took her, but that's just speculation.
You're probably right. Once Joe actually shoots Sniper Wolf one more time, then we can actually move on, which would be nice, since this fight has been going on for a while.
I need to make my final shot count since it's the last one I'm going to need against her, and I'm savoring this victory more than anything.
Hey, now that I think about it, how exactly are these two just taking several shots from rifles without any real problem? But Meryl takes one shot, and she's completely down.
I don't really know, but at this point it doesn't matter since Joe is victorious and we get to move on with the game.
Oh, I'm so glad I got to finish her off. I need to get over there and make sure she's dead and I've avenged Meryl. Then I have to actually find her since I have no idea where she went.
Hey, I wonder if we're going to get any calls soon from the codec now that we've made progress.
You're probably right. They always seem to know exactly when we've done important things in the game and will let us know what the whole backstory of the character we just fought was.
Snake.
Wait, Joe, why did you save right there?
I don't know, it just kind of felt right to do.
Joe was right. This didn't go well, but this seems to be a scripted encounter.
Let's see what they have to say.
It's hard to miss when you're this close. Toss your weapon over here. Slowly. You are a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
How is she even alive? I shot her like 6 times.
Remember, this is a game, Joe, and if she can survive that, then at least Meryl is probably okay.
Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at.
Guys, would any of you consider it distasteful that if Meryl dies, I might take a shot at Sniper Wolf, if you know what I mean?
Yes, Joe, that is terrible. If you're going to simp for someone, can you at least be consistent and not jump right from one woman to another? Meryl's probably not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about someone else.
I'm just trying to play both sides, that way I come out on top either way.
This is an awful way to think about people, even if they are just fictional characters, and you should feel bad for even considering Sniper Wolf after she shot Meryl.
Yeah, I can't defend that, Joe. I know a thing or two about moving from one woman to another, but this is going too far.
I think I can make it work. I can do this.
Don't kill me yet. I'm a man. Leave it to me. I want no more accidents like that. Don't.
Yes, he's my target. Mine.
Wow. They must have really cut the budget on this game if they can barely afford lights.
Hear me, Solid Snake?
He's tougher than I thought.
Do you know who I am? I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole what was rightly mine. The man who stole my birthright.
Did you hear that, Joe, someone just called the character you were playing a Solid Snake? Did you catch that?
Oh no, I was too busy writing a love poem for Sniper Wolf. I wasn't listening to the game. Do you want to hear what I've got so far?
Joe, I would rather die this point instead of hearing your demented idea of a love poem.
Okay, here it goes. Meryl's blood on the floor is red, the Democratic donkey color is blue, your rifle makes my gear solid, and I want to put my popsicle in you.
Guys, I don't think I can do this anymore. Joe is too far gone at this point.
I second that notion. Can we just go and leave him to play the game by himself?
Do you need his DNA too?
Yes. I want a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the genome soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
As much as I want to quit too, we've gone too far at this point to stop.
Fine if you say so.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites, every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right.
That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
Are we just going to see lights all day, or are we going to do something else?
Finally, something different to look at.
Yeah, whoever this guy is.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. It's me. Really? Then what? Oof, those idiots! All right, Raven. I'll be right there.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack. It looks like all of these people are ones we've already seen earlier. And this guy talking is Liquid Snake based on the text that came up. But I'm not sure why they need the other snake's DNA. Anybody have any ideas?
I have no idea myself. Let's keep watching and see if they give any answers.
Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got something up their sleeves.
So it's come down to it, has it? We're going to launch that nuke and ride it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations. You're in charge here, Ocelot.
What about you? Want to stay for the show?
I'm not interested.
I'm interested in you, Sniper Wolf. I'm sorry that I got mad at you for shooting that rookie Meryl. She probably had it coming, and I want you now.
Joe, this situation in the game is bad enough without you simping for any woman in the game. Can you keep it together for like 5 minutes, or at least until Snake gets out of here?
I can try, but no promises.
That probably won't end well.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead. We've also got to find out what killed Baker and Octopus.
Hold up, are they talking about Decoy Octopus mentioned at the beginning of the game? I don't think we fought him right, so how did he die? I feel like we would have been involved with that, or at least witnessed it.
I don't know. I can't think of anyone else who has died near us except the two earlier on when we found Meryl and Revolver Ocelot. Then Psycho Mantis, but we know he's a different character. I'm starting to think Decoy Octopus was an imposter of someone we already met.
Guys, I know who it is. He was impersonating Colonel Campbell on the codec this entire time. That's the only rational explanation that I can think of.
No, Joe, I highly doubt Colonel Campbell would get impersonated by anyone or anything. Wouldn't that be a weird twist if it wasn't really him for the whole game?
Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
I'm glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have had a lot of faith in your skill, huh, carrier boy?
Hey, I think I actually have one of these things in the White House somewhere. It's really good when my enemies come by and I need to get information out of them.
I've learned more about you in this one video than I have before, and I don't like any of it. Can you just have one normal thing about you, please?
Yeah, sometimes I go to sleep in one of these things too, just to mix it up every once in a while.
That didn't help you look more normal at all.
There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy? If not, that's fine.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead yet. Wolf must have been feeling generous. But if you want her to stay that way, you better start answering my questions right now. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
There's a trick to using the key. Maybe we're supposed to use the same one multiple times, and that's why we haven't found any other keys.
I was thinking the same thing. Nice to know someone other than me is using facts and logic today.
Just give up, and your suffering will end. But if you do, the girl's life is mine. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend.
Hey, Joe, I've been looking ahead in a strategy guide. He wasn't lying about no continues. If you fail this sequence, you can't just reset. You have to go back to the last time you saved, which thankfully was just before this part.
And if I don't pass this part, Meryl will die. I know I want Sniper Wolf, but I can't think about Meryl dying too. I don't know what I should do. Maybe I can just submit.
No, Joe, you have to show him what a real president is like. Also, I know I cannot medically give advice, but I'm going to need you to down all the medication you have to maintain focus for this. Otherwise, you're going to lose.
I don't really want to, but if that's what needs to be done, then I will do it.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, Joe, you're doing fine. Just keep at it.
I don't like this at all. Oh.
Oh no, it's here.
Yes, you've got this, Joe. There can't be much more to go through from here.
I don't care anymore. I want to go back to sleep now. Oh no, not again.
You're doing so well, Joe. He can't keep doing this all day. Or maybe he can actually, there's probably enough electricity to go for a long time.
Thanks for the confidence boost. I just want this to stop. Hey. Just make this stop so I can eat my popsicle.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. You're the boss's brother, all right. Your brother, he's an amazing man.
All right, Joe, I have to admit I had my doubts about you, but now that you've done this so well, I can confidently say, despite your strange characteristics, I'm no longer worried about your ability to beat this game.
That section must have caused many people difficulties, and you made it through without much trouble at all.
Yeah, you made that look easy, and for once, I'm actually glad you're the one playing the game instead of anyone else.
That's good and all, but I'm handing one of you the controller so I can sleep for the moment.
That's fine, you deserve it.
Huh? Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief? What a stench.
Guys, I think I figured it out. The DARPA chief we saw was only dead a few hours ago. If even that, which would not have given enough time for him to decompose to this level, and along with the inconsistencies about Psycho Mantis reading his mind earlier, I think the chief we saw earlier was actually Decoy Octopus this entire time. That explains why he's dead, despite us never seeing him. It's because we did see him in disguise.
That must be it. That's great reasoning you did. I'm sure the codec people will tell us all about it too after you already figured it out.
I'll just call them myself.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better.
How's Meryl?
They've got her.
Damn. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it?
I don't know how we're supposed to take their advice when information is actively being suppressed from us. That doesn't help when we're the ones actually doing all the work.
Yeah, I can't defend them on this. I think we should know what we're up against, especially if it's something so important that we're supposed to be fighting soon, assuming we don't find the cards to stop the Metal Gear.
Go. As far as I know, as of yesterday, the president had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need to know basis, is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the president and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
Hey, the president, that's me.
Oh, good, Joe. You're back. I'm glad you got a moment to not press the button so quickly. Maybe your thumbs will feel better and won't have to go through so much more.
Yeah, well, I heard the colonel say the president was doing something important, and I thought he meant me.
No, Joe. He was referring to the president within the game itself, not you.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you.
It seems Snake himself isn't even trusting of the Codec group now that he's learning more about the project. I think he still has to complete the mission in order to get out of here, so he doesn't really have much of a choice, aside from listening to the people that aren't telling him what he needs to know.
He's in quite the difficult position either way. As interesting as this development is, I don't think it will have much change, if any, on the gameplay.
I'll just keep playing either way. I don't really care as long as I don't have to go through that button sequence again.
Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Oh man.
But it's strange. He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out too.
Drained?
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right, but he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
It looks like they're not giving much input. I don't think this Codec call really helped much, if anything.
Can we just stop calling them and ignore what they have to say? I think that would be a better use of our time.
I have to agree with part of that, though they might still have valuable insight, so I think it's still worth it to hear them on what they plan on telling us.
I still don't like it, but fine, we'll keep going if it means we can get out of here.
That arms tech installed secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the other 2 are. Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. I'm sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower.
All right, it's good to know the communications tower is our next stop, though I'm not sure how we're going to get there. I think if I call Otacon, he might know.
Really, how do you figure that?
He's been here longer, so he might know the layout better, and it's not like I have that many other people to call that I know are on the island to begin with.
Oh, okay. That actually does sound pretty reasonable the way you say it.
Otacon, are you still okay?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth camouflage, that is.
I have a favor to ask. I need your help.
I was wondering when you'd ask. What should I do?
I've been captured. I'm locked up here in this cell.
What cell?
There's a big torture machine nearby.
Okay, I know it. It's close. I'll be there right away.
Thanks.
That was good thinking. Maybe he can unlock us and get to the communications tower after we're done.
Realistically, I don't know how he would unlock us, but at the very least, there's somebody here on our side that isn't going to torture us.
Hey Joe, what exactly are you doing here?
I'm trying to fight this guy, but he won't come in here and face me.
Joe, are we really just going to watch you spin in a circle and try to fight the guard all day?
Well, I'm sorry, Barack. It's not like I can do all that much. Aside from trying to make conversation with the currently rotting body in the corner or going to bed after being nearly electrocuted, I don't have that many alternatives here.
Yeah, come on now. There's not much to really do in here right now. Might as well pass the time somehow.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I guess options are limited right about now.
As long as no codec calls happen, I really don't care how the time is spent.
Nah, I'm not calling them again. I'm making it through with Otacon just fine. Or at least when he gets here, I will be.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
Wait, what are we really doing this all over again?
Okay, guys, I don't care about Meryl at this point. I don't want to go through all of the torture again, please.
No, Joe, if we have to listen to you get head over heels about 2 women that you've just met, one of which that tried to kill you, then you need to at least be sure one of them stays alive.
When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Chad. Among the Mujahideen guerrillas, I was known and feared as Shalashaska. I was trained by the Russian GRU. I am not like one of those KGB slugs. To me, this isn't torture. It's a sport.
Well, to me, this feels like torture, but that's because I'm on the other end.
You did it once, you can probably do it again. Just don't give up, or something else that sounds inspirational.
Yeah, you can do this. I believe in you.
Okay, here we go.
I also believe in you, at least a little bit, if that helps anything.
I actually kind of like it more than before. I get it.
Hold on, did you just say you enjoyed that? I was not expecting that to happen at all.
I don't know. It just felt different that time. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, this feels good. I think this is the best part of the game.
Guys, I'm starting to worry Joe is becoming addicted to this torture device. Maybe this isn't going as well as we thought it would.
I don't care about Meryl or Sniper Wolf. I want to stay here now.
Joe, I know what we told you before, but please submit to him. I can't bear to keep listening if this is going to be your reaction.
Never.
Yeah. This is the best part of my life. Thank you, Ocelot. I want to I'll never leave this room again. Please turn it back on, Ocelot. I'll do anything. I just need to keep the machine on forever.
Okay, that's it, Joe. I'm taking the controller again. I can't have you obsessed with this place and play the game, because this will be the last part if you keep playing.
But at least they had an ideology. Russia today has nothing.
They're struggling between freedom and order, and with that struggle, a new spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government. He's currently the head of Spetsnaz. He's agreed to purchase this new nuclear weapons system.
Are we supposed to be paying attention to this talk about Russia? I'm not sure if it's going to play into the actual game at all, or if it's just something in the background that we don't need to consider.
I'm guessing it's just details we don't have to know, but I suppose if someone were to care for the deeper lore of the games, it might be helpful.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I went a little nuts there. You can give the controller back to me. I'll be all right now unless we go back into that machine. In that case, I can't make any promises.
I'll take the controller if that happens, since we are definitely not letting that happen again. Otherwise, nobody, including us, are going to stick around for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just keep running around until something interesting happens.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah. Nothing new to report.
Snake, is there anything I can do?
Yeah. My arm hurts.
Poor Snake. I'll increase the level of painkillers in your blood.
Okay, but you can leave out the Benzedrine. That stuff makes me too frisky.
Sniper Wolf and Meryl, and also that torture machine make me frisky, if you know what I mean.
Yes, Joe, we get what you mean. And honestly, when we started this playthrough, I did not ever think I would hear you say that sentence, and I'm saddened to know I was wrong.
In a desperate attempt to change topic, we will be speeding up some of this codec call when it's not the focus to save a bit of time for everyone.
Oh, you mean you don't want to know what gets Joe frisky? Who would have thought?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
I'm assuming he meant what happened in the MSX games. I think this was briefly mentioned before near the tank fight. And also, when Gray Fox was done fighting earlier, if only any of us had played those games, this would make more sense.
At least this is being clearly explained for those who haven't played those games. It's nice of the developers to consider.
Place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
There's more than one woman in my life, and I'm going to try to win the hearts of both of them so we can get off this island and live together. And
Joe, I hate to interrupt, but I would also hate you finishing that sentence even more.
Thank you, Barack. That was going downhill very quickly.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
That's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of outer heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
It's interesting to hear Snake talk about Gray Fox in the past. It seems to be more tragic knowing this all happened before the fight, earlier in the game, which would explain Snake's reaction to finding out who he is.
I would have to agree. It is good storytelling when it is investing even without playing the previous games in the series. That would have given better context to the events.
I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
Maybe if Psycho Mantis were still around, he could have read her memory. That would have been interesting to find out, but he crossed me and Meryl, so he's not doing that anytime soon.
Okay, that was a good time and all, but how exactly did that conversation help us? We're still waiting for Otacon take all year long to save us, so I don't know if that codec call was actually productive.
I think it was the game's way of giving us a breather after the events of the torture sequence.
This is probably what happens to Donald every time he goes to Taco Bell, which he likely does on a daily basis.
First off, it's not a daily basis. It's every other day, and second, it's usually not this bad.
Sorry, Donald, I think Joe might be right. I saw you running like that last time I was at the White House with you during your presidency.
Somehow that's not as disturbing as Joe teabagging yet another dead person. This must be the 4th time so far.
Hey, was there somebody running outside the room a second ago?
It's me, Otacon. Wow, they even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go, that hurts.
Hurry up.
Is that how you ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez, it's like an animal's cage.
Great, Otacon's here, but I have no clue how he's supposed to help us since he hasn't unlocked the door or anything.
Hey, Otacon, if you unlock the door, you can teabag the guy with me if you want.
Joe, what is wrong with you? Why would anybody want to do that? Much less do that with another person.
I think some of this may be from the fact that Donald told Joe to take all of his medication at once, which would likely have strange effects, though probably not like this. And I can't explain his constant simping at all.
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like
Oh, great, Otacon brought a bottle of ketchup to eat, along with a handkerchief from someone who tried to kill us, and a card after we get out of this room without actually finding a way out of said room. Wonderful help he brought.
I think what's more important is he's trying to get at my woman, but he is officially competition to me. I think I may have to get rid of him if he doesn't stay out of my way to Sniper Wolf.
First off, Joe, she's not your woman. She is her own person, and you're not going to be doing anything until you get out of this room, which Donald was right. We still have no way out as of now. It would be helpful if a certain someone brought a key, but no, we're stuck here still. I wonder if that ninja would be interested in helping us out.
that guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break. I'm no soldier. I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed. Oh, jeez. He's coming back. See you later.
Wait.
Well, that didn't help at all. I guess we're just stuck here. Joe is going to get tortured and frisky again, and the game is over. Thanks, everyone, for watching the Metal Gear Solid playthrough.
No, Barack, we're not finished yet. We still can figure out some way around this place. But Joe, what exactly are you doing?
I was trying to eat the ketchup, but I think I dropped it on the floor. So now I'm trying to lick it off the ground since I don't have much for alternatives, unless I were to ask the guy in the corner.
It seems you've actually gotten the attention of the guard. It looks like he thinks you're dead. This may be a chance to escape.
Oh yeah, I did not expect that to happen at all, but I'm really glad that worked out. I don't think I have much left for now since a lot has happened, but I'm glad we made it out in one piece.
Joe, please do not tempt yourself into going back into that machine. We need to have you focus on getting out of here instead of back there.
Yeah, this has been a really exciting time, but I think that's it for me. It was definitely an interesting experience today, but I'm happy of what progress was made.
I'm not sure what's coming up ahead, but maybe Joe won't get so insane coming up soon.
I can't make any promises, but that just makes it even more fun to think about what else we'll find.
Thank you as always to the people watching the videos. More will be coming soon.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe as always.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Metal Gear Solid. I have calmed down since our previous adventure in the torture room, and now I continue my quest to save Meryl.
And also save the world from the Metal Gear. Did you remember that?
Ben, if you have to ask Joe if he remembers something, the answer 9 times out of 10 is going to be a resounding no.
Hey, did you have a plan in mind on getting to the communications tower, or are you just winging it today?
A little bit of both. The idea is I'm going to go back to where Meryl and Sniper Wolf were at before I was captured, since that had a level 6 door that can now be unlocked, though I first want to make my way over to a few places from earlier, as there were locked doors to them, and I want to see if anything can help me out later.
Interesting, that is a pretty good idea. I seem to remember there being another part of the wall that should have been blown up way back in episode 2 where you fought Revolver Ocelot. But I don't think you actually went over there at the time.
No, I didn't go over there, but now is as good a time as any since I'm in the area and don't anticipate I'll be coming back here for any reason aside from now.
Glad to see this game is actually making you think about things you've done before. It's almost like this game is making your brain more competent by playing it. Perhaps if you finish the whole series, you'll be half as intelligent as I am.
Nah, that is straight up cap, as the youth of today would say. I have never been as thoughtful and focused in my life as I am right now.
Sadly enough, I'm inclined to agree with you, but that's not exactly a high bar to reach.
It looks like you got a camera from that one room, though. I'm not really sure how that would help you, as I can't think of any way to use it offensively.
I don't know either, but I'll think of something. Also, I should say I'm back in the poison room, as I knew there was at least one door I couldn't go into earlier, so once I check that out, I'm out of here.
I was hoping you wouldn't have to come back here due to the obvious reasons, but maybe there's something in here that makes it worth being in here again.
I'm pretty sure there is, otherwise my name isn't Joseph Robinette Biden.
I don't think I've met a single other person in the world with Robinette in their name.
I didn't pick it myself. What do you want me to do?
Oh, hey, a set of body armor that sounds way more useful than a camera. That would definitely come in handy, especially in boss fights.
Yeah, I'll equip that soon enough, but my last stop is just checking back below Psycho Mantis' room to see the last door I couldn't open earlier to see what's inside.
Well, maybe medicine will help you, but I guess it's better than nothing. Why exactly are we doing a flashback to this? We saw it happen the last episode, and in game time, it's been like an hour. At most, it's not that difficult to remember.
Don't worry, Meryl, I'm coming to save you. I'll be there one of these days to find out where you went.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me.
Sounds like a tall task for Joe not to forget.
Joe, who are you talking about? Oh yeah, that's me.
Snake, about Meryl.
Colonel, I'm sorry.
Listen to me.
I wasn't able to protect her.
Snake, she's a soldier. She knows that prisoners are a part of war. She joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
No, you're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way.
This may be important for character development, but wouldn't you think they would want to speed up Snake saving her instead of him doing a codec call, making no steps forward into actually saving her.
I think you're right, but if nothing happens outside of the codec call, then I don't think it's a problem, since it's a game. Though I agree, if this were the real world, then he could probably move and talk, since that would be a much better option.
Forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid.
Oh, hey, Joe, did you hear that right now? Colonel Campbell just told the character you are playing as right now to stop Liquid, meaning they are two entirely different people. Did you catch that just a moment ago?
I was checking my approval rating on Twitter. It's not looking so good now.
That's the most accurate thing you've said in the whole playthrough.
Genes. What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adult. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake, good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
Hold up now, she got to figure out who her grandfather was, but not her parents. Is there no Ancestry.com in this world? There's walking nuke machines and psychics, but DNA testing is still not advanced at all.
I've just accepted that this world doesn't really make much sense. And they have a very interesting way of showing what has and hasn't progressed compared to the world we live in.
Okay, guys, this is a very thoughtful discussion, but I'm not sure what's ahead. I need to be in my ultimate focus mode so I don't get caught by anything up here.
All right, we'll stay quiet so you can focus.
As long as I keep my eyes on success, then nothing will see me at all.
Nice job, Joe. You lasted nearly an entire 2 seconds before a camera caught you. I'm sure they're glad you were in focus mode.
At least your new body armor will protect you from some damage, so it could be a lot worse.
It also looks like you picked up a rope, but I don't see how that's going to help you right now.
I'm not sure either, but I don't really have time to think about it.
Uh-oh, guys, it's Joe's biggest enemy, stairs. I think this might be the last part of the playthrough since we all know how Joe is around stairs. We'll be lucky if he doesn't stumble more than 20 times.
Shut up, Orange Man. I can do this. You just have to believe in my ability to make it up here without issue.
Well, the thing is, I don't believe in your ability to get up here without falling a lot, so even with the body armor and rations, it's a miracle if you make it up here in one piece.
Now, I've proven myself up to this point. I'm making it up just fine.
Joe, you have been doing well overall, but honestly, if we all remember you at the one ramp and that one plane, then we all know this is a big hurdle. And it was really funny, so of course we all remember it. I'm just saying your skill level in this game is good. But I can't blame Donald for being skeptical.
No, I'm standing up for myself. You all have been doubting me this whole game, and being sure I know your thoughts on it whenever you get the chance. I'm making it up here, and you're about to see me succeed like I have been every other time.
Perhaps you're right. It seems pretty easy to just hold the same direction on the control stick and move up without any issue, so you can do this.
Thanks, Barack. At least one of you believes in my ability to play the game, unlike the other two who don't think I can walk without stumbling over myself.
You're out of ammunition for that weapon. Now you better find a weapon that will actually work. Maybe use a stun grenade if you have one.
I'm using the SOCOM you can't make my decisions when it comes to this game, since I've been doing it nearly flawlessly. And now you're about to see why I'm called Joe Biden.
Okay, so why do they call you Joe Biden?
Because that's what my parents named me.
Barack, do you see why we doubt him? It's because he's literally not a sane person.
Nobody asked you, election
denier. He goes nuts whenever he sees a PlayStation, one woman, or Super Nintendo dancer, or torture room. He is not fit to be in a nursing home, much less the president. And he's in charge of the playthrough. Now he's using my idea because he realized it would be better.
How is it that your standards are so high for me to where I look at a stair and you start doubting me, and meanwhile you have difficulty drinking a cup of water and playing golf? But you're somehow not critical of that, and Ben, you will never be the same popularity as any of us are because we're presidents. Meanwhile, you make videos on how the Barbie movie is woke and how the left are ruining this country. But all of a sudden, the Republicans vote against any solution you offer. I am literally better than all of you.
Okay, you're getting a bit unhinged here. Joe, I think we need to talk about the things we're saying in a more calm and rational manner
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Yemen Destroyer here wants to mediate the conversation. I was half expecting a drone strike to the White House midway through my last sentence, but I guess I was wrong on that. Is that the main thing you get out of life is acting like you're on the calm and moral high ground while the rest of us argue.
Guys, really, let's just stay quiet for a moment to give ourselves time to calm down.
I bet Barack wishes he shot that explosion there. It would have just been a dream come true.
Damn! Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
Liquid.
You're not going any farther. Die!
Are we all calm enough to make a decent discussion on ourselves now? Or are there any other conceptions and insults we want to give?
Yeah, though I think we should have this scene finish out first.
I had a rope. I should be able to use that rope I got.
What are you going to do? Take on a hind with your bare hands? Now you're mine!
If I stay here, I'm finished.
Okay, so I'll admit I was a bit angry and irrational on my stair climb up earlier. I suppose for Ben it's not his fault if the discussions he creates don't get acted upon by others, and it wasn't right for me to say he isn't as popular due to him not being a president, as that's not necessarily his fault. For Donald, I do think expectations are higher due to some things like Barack being berated for wearing a tan suit. Meanwhile, you had documents in the bathroom without a care in the world, and me being portrayed as both a genius behind the scenes of many decisions who is ruining the country and also a dementia-ridden failure sometimes gets to me. That, and I've sent my own share of strikes around people, so I get where it comes from. Regardless of any of that, I shouldn't have said what I did towards any of you.
Nah, it's all right. I'll admit, in this group specifically, I've been a bit weird being present so often when I'm not a president, and don't always feel like I fit in as nicely due to that, and your skills in the game have been quite good, and we haven't even edited out barely anything that would portray you as a bad player. I do think being the president must be a difficult job, and it must take a lot to make some of the decisions that you do. Not that it's an excuse if it doesn't go well, of course. And I know I've said some things in my past that don't make sense, like that thing about selling houses down that were in danger of being flooded, and someone made a video about Aquaman buying them or something. I hope my doubts have not given you any stress or worry during this playthrough.
I suppose for me, even though I still think all of the stair fails you've had are really funny, perhaps that doesn't mean you aren't capable of improving yourself, especially on a video game. You have been doing well up to this point, and I can't deny that. I'm sure you'll keep it that way. And yes, I am hard on you for your presidential work, but then again, I do want you to improve things. It's just in a much different way than I would have.
I get there's a lot of jokes about the whole bombing things, and even during these playthroughs, my reactions to bombs haven't made that less apparent. So I get where you're coming from. I do gain a lot of enjoyment out of being the moderator for problems, as I do like keeping things in balance as much as I can. I just prefer to be on that side of an argument rather than a participator. I hope that makes sense. I'm glad we're able to keep things together and not devolve into anger even further during this playthrough.
There, I think that was a good way of talking things out, and now we can focus back on the game. I'll admit, though, I was only half paying attention to what I was playing, so I don't really know what was going on.
You used that rope from earlier to go down the building to a lower level, and now we're just shooting other guys ahead, so not a whole lot. Honestly, I doubt we'll need the rope again, but it looked like an interesting change to the normal gameplay we've been seeing so far.
Hey, I was wondering, so you have to use the diazepam in order to keep steady with shooting the rifle, but it seems to only work for less than half a minute before needing to take another. Is that just a typical thing where a tablet only works for a few seconds? That sounds kind of weird.
I'd have to agree. I have no idea why it lasts such a short amount of time. That is rather strange.
All that matters now is that I beat those guys, and nothing is going to stop me from getting out of this place now.
I suppose you're right. I can't think of anything that would stop you, unless that Hindi came back to shoot at you again.
I don't think you pronounced that correctly, but otherwise you are correct. That is the only thing I can think of that would stop Joe as well.
Well, that was rather inconvenient timing. I suppose there's no reason why that guy in the helicopter wouldn't be searching for us now that I think of it a little further.
It's fine as long as you can get inside the building. You should be okay, especially since you're right by the door now.
Oh, you're right. That was a close one. I'm sure glad that door didn't have a much lower number assigned to it. Otherwise, it would have been game over for me.
That would have been bad. Let's use the elevator and get out of here.
Huh?
Or not. I suppose now we'll have to come up with another way of getting out of here.
All right, Joe, let's hear your idea of what to do from here. Joe, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just don't know what to do. I've never played this before, and I don't have any other places to check a side form down here, so that's all I've got.
Okay, you're right. There's not much else to do.
Well, this is certainly exhilarating. I can't imagine what the game is going to throw at us next. Perhaps another part of the stairs that is broken that we can't jump down for whatever reason.
I really hope there's something new going back this way. Otherwise, I'm not going to have a clue what to do. If any of you would like to step in with a better alternative, then by all means do so. I don't want to be the only one guiding things here.
Yeah, sorry we haven't added much ourselves. It's just that there's not much we can really do at this point since there's just a few dead ends in here and nothing good outside this room from the way you came in.
Sounds like there's something else here. Let's see what it is.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot! It's me, Snake!
Otacon, how'd you get here?
Well, it wasn't as dramatic as your entrance, believe me. I'm afraid of heights.
You were watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was riding in the back of their truck. Thanks to the stealth camouflage.
How did you get up here?
The elevator, of course.
What truck is he talking about? I didn't see any clear roads that would have led over to this section, even if there was. I don't know who would need to be driving here and for what reason.
And evidently the elevator was working better earlier since it's just not doing anything now.
Like a movie hero or something.
No, you're wrong. In the movies, the hero always saves the girl.
You mean Meryl?
Oh yeah, Meryl, I'm here to save you. Don't worry, Joe is coming for you.
Yeah, we know you've mentioned it about 60 times now.
There's something I've really got to ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever loved someone?
Ooh, I've loved Meryl ever since I saw her in the women's restroom.
How is it that I'm not even surprised that you're saying things like that at this point?
Do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I'll protect you from everyone, Meryl, as soon as I find you.
So Joe, I'm curious, if Sniper Wolf comes back and you need to protect Meryl from her, since you're clearly infatuated with both of them, what exactly would you do in that case?
I don't know, I'm just kind of hoping that doesn't happen at this point.
You see?
That's weird.
It was working before, but now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix it?
It was working before. If it's the mechanism, leave it to me.
I've got to go and swat a noisy fly.
Wait a minute, when he says noisy fly, is he talking about that thing that was following us earlier and blew up parts of the roof earlier? Does Joe have to fight him?
Yeah, at this point, I'll just do it. I've got the body armor, so it'll probably work out fine.
I just pretend like I'm not here, and then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting on you.
I still think he should have given Snake a suit that just turns invisible. It would have been really good earlier.
It doesn't matter now, we just have to go on without it. Let's just keep going.
Hey guys, since there's a lot of walking with the elevator not working, I think it's time I tell one of my stories to you all.
Oh great, just what I needed.
So there I was with my good friends Ugly Joe Harold, and I was getting really mad at Ugly Joe since he said I was the ugly one, and in my anger I accidentally opened this ball that had some kid named Ang who was like 112. And he had the power to control elements, but he only knew one of them. I was told that he needed to learn them to save the world or something, so Ugly Joe's cousin or something showed Aang how to control water. Unfortunately, she turned into the moon and couldn't keep helping. But then Harold's cousin Gerald taught Aang how to control Earth, which was nice of her to do, along with freeing the city of Ba Sing Se. Then my former enemy, Nerold, showed Aang how to control fire, which was needed, as Nerold's father, Varold, was trying to use a comet to control all the people or something. Aang fought Varold and took away his ability to control fire, which I didn't know could even be done. And the world was saved. The end.
First off, that's Avatar: The Last Airbender. Secondly, why are there several characters that all have names that rhyme with Harold? I've never heard of that before. And how is it that you pronounce the main character's name multiple different ways?
Somehow that was still a better adaptation of the original story compared to the movie, so that's something.
I suppose so, but that's not really saying all that much.
If you're all done talking about anime or whatever it is, Joe has an important fight coming up.
Oh yeah, I do. Thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot.
All right, let's finally see what we're up against.
So, the snakes finally come out of his home. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I'm you. I'm your shadow.
What?
Ask the father that you killed. I'll send you to hell to meet him.
Somehow I get the idea that this won't be very easy.
All right, Joe. That body armor is probably going to be the best thing you'll have for defensive options. And as for offensive, I think you picked up a Stinger missile earlier. That has to come in handy, as I don't think there's anything else you have that will be powerful enough to hit him.
That Stinger missile didn't really do a lot, but it does have that lock on capability as long as it's in the red square before you shoot it. So even if you're not too precise, you should still be okay.
I know I've been doubting you a lot, but if you can make it going up 2 sets of stairs, then you can get past anything at this point. You got this, Joe.
Thanks for the confidence, everyone. Is now a good time for me to mention I have absolutely no idea how to fight this guy. Like I have no concept of what I'm going to do that will lead me to success. There is zero idea in my head that will lead to anything other than failure right now.
Joe, get a hold of yourself. Just aim for the middle box until it turns red, then fire. Stay away from him while he's shooting or going too quickly, or when there's something blocking the way, and you'll be okay.
Should I call on the codec to get some advice? I don't think we've talked to that Nastasha lady yet. Maybe she can help us.
No, Joe, you're doing fine. You haven't taken that much damage, and the strategy is working fine. Besides, you didn't go through all of the trouble getting here just to fail now. Meryl and Sniper Wolf will die if you don't continue and make your way along to the end. Well, actually, Sniper Wolf is on the enemy's side, so she might live, but Meryl certainly won't.
Oh yeah, you're right. I have to do this for Meryl and Sniper Wolf, otherwise I'm going to be dead or going home with Otacon. And I don't think that would be for the best. Can you imagine an ending to this game where him and Snake are the only ones who make it out?
I can imagine that, but I don't really want to. Maybe he would actually give you a stealth suit after the game's over, too.
No, we can't let that happen, Joe. You're the only one up for the task at hand.
Guys, I didn't know he could blow up the terrain. I'm not sure if I can keep up with that.
At this point, I don't think you have that many choices.
Yeah, I suppose not. Do you think me telling another one of my stories would help the situation at all?
Joe, I can confidently say your stories will not help anything. Besides, you already told one on the stair trip up you've used your quota of 1 per video at a maximum. Once we go more than that, it kind of loses the value. Not that there was much to begin with, but still.
Besides, he doesn't have that much health left, so as long as you can stay alive for just another few minutes, you should come out on top.
Okay, fine. I'll just see what I can do myself, even without my stories to distract.
It appears as though you lost him. How did you lose something so obvious that was also shooting missiles at you? Seems like it's hard to miss.
I don't know. He just went down, and I have no idea when or if he's coming back up.
Nice job, Joe. You shot 1 inch from your head and it nearly killed you. I don't know how you were alive, even with that body armor.
Yeah, I made a little mistake, and it just so happened to be a very explosive and point-blank mistake.
I'm not sure how your character can just brush that off like it's nothing, but I'm glad he can, since you still have the thing shooting you from the sky.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's pretty obvious.
Try not to blow yourself up if you can. That's not a good strategy to fight this thing. Or at least it wasn't one of my top few ideas.
I don't think you've given me any ideas that I haven't already tried, so I'm not sure what you mean by that, besides he's already almost down.
Ooh, nice job, Joe. It looks like his health bar is all the way down. I knew you could do it.
Wait, what, his health bar is gone? Why isn't the fight ending?
It looks like he's got one last attack in him. Better find a good spot.
I don't think either of them should have survived those explosions.
It looks like Solid Snake at least will.
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
A classic and fitting line to end the fight with, Joe. You did well for the most part, and you should be proud you survived an encounter like that where you were definitely at the disadvantage.
Thanks, Donald. I'm happy I got through it in one piece.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter? That's incredible, Snake.
With that, I think it's time to finish the episode, since that was a lot of action from the beginning of the tower onwards.
I'm glad we made it through with only a bit of arguing back and forth. And most of all, I'm glad Joe was more calm, which admittedly isn't saying much compared to last time, but it's still something.
We'll be back with more of this game and others coming soon, so to see it, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid. We previously made our way through the communications tower, but now Joe is going to get out of here and hopefully make it further along the way to encounter the Metal Gear itself.
And based on the length of this video, it looks like it's going to be quite the long experience, so I imagine there's going to be a lot happening.
You're probably right, though. Once this elevator comes around, then we'll have a nice smooth exit to this place, and we'll see what's up ahead.
Ooh, boy, I'm so excited to see what's going to happen. I'm going to go down on this elevator, and then I'm going to make the Metal Gear go down, and then once we meet Meryl, then I'm going to go down.
Okay, we don't need you to finish that sentence. I think we need to set up a new rule to where anytime Joe decides to tell us about Meryl or Sniper Wolf, we just cut him off, because this has been going on for a while, and I don't know how much more of his ramblings I can take.
That's probably the best idea you've ever come up with, but I think there's something important in this codec call we should be listening to.
Math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
So this guy really didn't think until now to get a stealth suit from the lab that we were at earlier so Snake could have it, and he just had multiple others around. I knew he could have given us one earlier.
How is it that he's so smart when it comes to actually creating technology that makes the wearer invisible, but he doesn't think about when he should actually use it? I'm surprised he even made it this far.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you!
I kind of wonder how someone could even steal a suit that's made to be invisible. Like, how would you know where to look for it and how to put it on? That seems kind of weird. I don't mean to take away from the tension of this scene, but it is interesting to think about.
Very interesting to think about. But I think what's more important now is knowing how Joe is going to handle this fight in such a compact place.
Honestly, guys, I don't have any strategies. I'm just shooting and hoping everything works out well. I'm completely out of ideas now.
It was bound to happen at some point. I'm just surprised it didn't happen in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Honestly, I've gotten through most of this game with very little issue, so I think at this point I'm pretty much invincible, not in the way that I can't be killed, but more in that nothing is going to worry me here.
Perhaps you're right. I don't think there's anything that we need to worry about. Now, let's just not get too confident in ourselves. Otherwise, we're going to fall apart like our golf games, since that happens a lot there.
Good thing Ben's not playing and there's no volcano around, otherwise the playthrough would be over.
Okay, I get it. That was like 7 or so videos ago, maybe even more by now, and it's not even the same game that's being played now.
All right, fair enough also, Joe. Good job for making it through, even though you didn't have any actual plan for that.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of surprised I made it myself.
What's important is that you're done now, and I'm pretty sure you're almost out of this tower, and we can all finally move on to something more interesting looking.
Hey, Joe, you only have 1 chaff grenade. I'm certainly hoping you won't be needing them too much. Otherwise, any cameras coming up are going to be quite the problem.
Yeah, I know how the game works by now, thanks. But I wonder why there's the sniper rifle ammunition in here. I didn't think we would need it much after the fight a couple parts ago.
Not sure, but gotta love the cheap shot right there.
Oh, good. We're finally outside now for some better scenery. We haven't seen the outside without being shot at the same time in a while.
You were saying...
Okay, that was pretty bad timing, but how was I supposed to know that would happen?
Snake, are you okay?
Otacon, were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then?
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
Wolf?
Oh, yeah. My #1 lady with a sniper rifle is here. I missed you after you tried to shoot at me last time.
Calm down, Joe. I've never seen someone so excited to see someone who just shot them.
Oh, you don't understand the bond. Her and I have it as special as the one between Meryl and I.
Joe Sniper Wolf has shot Meryl, left you to get electrocuted in the torture chamber, and shot at you. She has provided nothing positive to your life.
Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf! Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Guys, I don't know if I have it in me to kill Sniper Wolf. I know we can't progress without doing it, but I still want her with me.
That's it, Joe. I'm taking the controller again and I'm going to fight her, Ben and Barack. I need you to hold Joe down while I defeat Sniper Wolf. Otherwise, Joe's going to stop me.
This is really sad that we have to hold down the President of the United States in order to stop him from over-simping on a PlayStation game character. This would have never happened if a Republican was in office.
I'm inclined to argue with that last part, but right now we just have to focus on keeping Joe away.
No, you can't keep me down. Donald, don't hurt her. I'll rig the election again if you do.
I knew you rigged the election, and I'm glad you admitted. And finally, I know there was that one time where you said it in that golf map, but I forgot about that until now.
No. Unless you fight her, you better stop right there, or...
Joe, hold it together. I'm trying to make this as quick as I can, since you're obviously not in a position to make your own decisions, or really anything that requires sanity.
For someone who's trying to do this section quickly, you're not doing a good job of it. Can't you bring out the sniper rifle and just shoot her? That would be a lot faster.
I took the controller once or something to knock out Meryl during the Psycho Mantis fight. I'm not sure how to play this. I'm surprised I can aim this well enough. I'm glad she's not really trying to shoot the missile, otherwise we'd be finished.
Okay, Donald, if I calm down, will you give me the controller back? So I can play the game again?
This is not a time to be making negotiations. We're keeping you down while Donald finishes her off in a really slow way that prolongs everybody's suffering by quite a lot.
We're almost done, just like 2 or 3 more, and she's done.
Ooh. Donald, please, no, I'll give you the presidency. I'll give you ice cream. Well, actually, no, I won't give you the ice cream, but please don't kill her.
Sorry, Joe, as much as this pains you, this has to happen, Sniper Wolf. It's time you get a taste of the Big D.
I wonder how she could take so many of those shots to begin with. Let's see if she also comes with a monologue about her life.
I waited for this moment. I am a sniper.
Yeah, we got the idea when your code name was Sniper Wolf and you used a sniper rifle to kill us. Perhaps you should have a neon sign to make it more obvious.
I am Longshot. You cannot save me.
Of course we can't save you. The goal was to kill you. What did you think was happening that whole time?
Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd. So that's why you're called Wolf.
Interesting how this is the place she imagines as a peaceful place for death, especially when it was completely of her own free will to shoot at Snake. Maybe this was on some level intentional, or perhaps I'm just looking too deep into it.
Yeah, I think you're just looking too deeply into this.
Still a thought-provoking topic. Perhaps I'll make a video about it online to appease my fan base that also enjoys Metal Gear by coincidence.
That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day.
Oh, hey, would you look at that? It was the monologue I was guessing would happen. I assume this is all trying to make her seem like a sympathetic character despite all the time she shot at Snake and Meryl along with working for the main villains.
My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin? You mean Big Boss?
I became a sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope.
Hey Joe, it's been a while since we've heard from you. Are you doing okay? I know it must be a lot to watch the fictional game character you saw for all of maybe 5 minutes die.
Yes, actually, I have a lot of thoughts I want to express about this.
All right, I suppose you deserve that. Let's hear it.
It was when we first met, we didn't have a great start. I watched as Meryl, my #1 woman, got shot by her, but despite that, I knew there was a feeling that came up then that I'd never felt before. Except with Meryl, of course. I was so conflicted with how I thought that I went on a revenge quest by obtaining the sniper rifle and shot her back. But I realized the way to progress, not in the game though, rather emotionally, was not to fight. It was to love. And by that I mean I wanted to get off Shadow Moses Island with both of them and have living arrangements to where all three of us would be together naturally.
Wait, what?
After our first encounter, I saw her in the torture room and knew she wasn't going to kill me there, which was obviously a sign that she was willing for all of us to be together in the end. As much as I enjoyed the torture sequence towards the end, I knew that it was only temporary and that what Meryl and Sniper Wolf and I had was special and needed to see it through to the end. That was, of course, when election-denying Donald came in and hijacked my plan. I fought against it, but towards the end of the really overly drawn-out fight, where nothing interesting was happening, I realized it was inevitable. I thought I would be angrier at Donald for being directly responsible for killing the one purpose for me being alive other than Meryl. But I feel at peace for some reason. I think in some way this decision was for the best, as Meryl probably wouldn't approve of being with me while I was with the woman who shot her. So, in some strange way, I'm glad Sniper Wolf died because it would have really complicated things. Basically, I'm over her death now.
Joe, she hasn't even technically died yet, but that's not even in the top 10 worst things about what you just said. You've been simping over her and devolving your speech to the cavemen times, which you were probably alive for. And now you're just over it like that. What is wrong with you?
You know, honestly, I agree with you, but I'd rather take Indifferent Joe over Insane Joe at this point.
You're a hero. Please, set me free.
Why? Why? I loved you.
Well, Joe, if there is an upside in this, at least you don't have to fight over her affection with Otacon.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now.
If only Meryl were here too, then it would be everyone. She would mainly be here for me, because of course she would, though.
I don't think she would really care about her due to the whole shooting her incident. Not sure how you keep disregarding that so easily.
I just forget to care about things. It's pretty easy.
Goodbye. Snake, you said that love could bloom on the battlefield. But I couldn't save her.
Nobody gets saved when they run into the big D.
Can you stop saying that? It has a very different meaning depending on how you take it.
Oh, they definitely take it all right.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
Oh yeah, we're on a mission here. It's hard to remember sometimes when the game decides to throw in a long story sequence where the characters stand around for a while.
We're probably not in a rush. What's a few more minutes going to really matter at this point?
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave any time. Get a head start on your new life.
Sometimes I wish I could start a new life to where people don't always see me as a president and just as a normal person. That would be nice.
Just get your non-forged birth certificate that says you were born in Kenya, and you'll be able to convince anyone you weren't the president.
I didn't ask you, Donald. When are you going to stop with those conspiracy theories about my birth certificate being faked?
When it stops being funny, which at this point is never.
If this scene would like to end soon, that would be nice. I can only imagine what's been happening near the Metal Gear since we've not really been doing anything valuable in the past 5 or so minutes. It's not like we're even going to see Otacon again unless he plays some major part in the Metal Gear disarming sequence.
I don't know. Perhaps he could have come with us, but only if I didn't save Meryl, though I think she will be fine since I didn't give her up at the torture sequence.
Part of that was because you liked getting tortured, though.
We got some equipment from around the area off screen. Not that it helped since Joe still got caught by the camera anyway. It's just an explanation of how he has chaff grenades now.
Finally, we're moving forward. This is the most we've done the whole episode at this point.
All right, let's see what's up next. Whoa, that was a nice animation. I think that's exclusive to the Master Collection. Otherwise, one of us would have to switch the discs manually, and I don't want to do that.
I'm just happy there's some actual sneaking. Even if there's only one guy nearby, it feels like it's been a while since we've really had to be careful on alerting others.
I don't know how loud this floor is, so I'm crawling just in case. Better safe than sorry.
I think you're making the right choice. Not that he's nearby anyway, so you're probably okay from here.
Is this a dead end here?
I think if I just stay along this wall, I can just barely get by, though it'll be pretty close.
That is good thinking. I don't think you've had to do that so far, so it's good of you to try that so quickly.
And nice job avoiding that thing that just went by. That probably would have knocked you down if you didn't get down when you did.
Yeah, that's right. That's what Joe does.
I know you managed to avoid that box, but can you avoid this one guy down here? He looks pretty tough.
No, he's not going to be a challenge. I have to go near him, and I'm guessing the surfaces are going to be loud. But I can sneak by just fine. I've been through way worse in this game, so I don't think he's going to cause me much of an issue.
So are you going to actually fight him soon, or are we just waiting for him to die of natural causes?
I'm trying to be patient, considerate, learning, waiting just when the moment is right, just like a snake. Hey, maybe that's why it's his name.
If you keep playing like this, he's going to be called Solid Sloth, since you're just kind of wandering around him without actually doing anything.
Sounds like an average day for Joe at the White House.
Any day now, Joe would be nice.
Okay, I've got this. It's bidening time.
Well, you still got caught, but you got rid of him quickly enough to where it didn't really matter.
I suppose that could have gone worse, so it's nice you're able to make it through even when making a small mistake like that.
Hey guys, I'm pretty happy with how this has been going so far. I think we should all listen to one of my stories as a celebration.
I don't think any one of us have ever asked you to tell us a story before. It's just you offering in random points.
So there I was with my good friend Ugly Joe, and we were at a local science exhibit where I was bitten by a spider. For some reason, I was bit and started feeling weird to where I could see clearly without my glasses that I usually had on, and I could stick to walls. Soon after, I learned I could shoot webs near my wrists and decided obviously I needed to fight crime. My Uncle Ben got shot or something, and I became Spider Joe. One of my good friends had a father who was something of a scientist himself and become some guy named the Green Goblin who hated me for whatever reason, telling me about the people hating me even though I was a hero. We fought each other, and after a while he tried to kill me with his glider, but I was able to jump over it and it killed him instead. Honestly, even if it hit me like he planned, I think it still would have impaled him too, so I don't know what he was planning. The end.
Joe, that was just the plot of the original Spider-Man movie? That did not happen to you.
Guys, it really did happen to me. I'm not sure why you're doubting me.
Okay, Joe, you said you gained the ability to shoot webs near your wrists. Do it right now and prove you can do it, then we'll believe you.
Well, I would, but this happened to me quite a while ago and I forgot how to do it.
Oh, wow, Joe forgetting something. What a surprise.
I like how there was an entire fight that just happened on the way down, and nobody brought it up as we were all enamored with Joe's story that didn't happen to him.
I don't think enamored is quite the right word for that story.
Oh, sorry, I meant that I was enamored by the fact Joe thinks it happened to him, not the actual story itself.
Hey, Joe, why are you pulling out a chaff grenade? I don't think there's anything around here that it would be useful for.
I just get the feeling there are cameras around here. With something so important, I would imagine there would be security to ensure people get caught if they wanted to sneak in.
That makes sense, although there were already guards that tried to kill you a minute ago, so your presence is pretty obvious. It's not like everything else that's happened in the game didn't give away you were here. Like blowing up the helicopter that shot at you, or the missiles that blew up at Sniper Wolf, or blowing up a tank. It's hard to hide that.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Joe has brought a lot of attention to himself. Even if most of it is story-related, it seems as though Snake is not as good at sneaking as he thought he was.
It's a good thing the times I have gotten seen don't immediately make me lose. I can only imagine what would happen if I get a game over when caught.
I heard that's actually a difficulty option in later Metal Gear Solid games, but I don't know about this one.
I think we had better stay with the normal difficulty when we play these games. I don't see how it's going to work if there's a game over just by getting seen.
Oh, hey, another codec call. It's been too long since the last one.
I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, about her grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI.
Yeah?
And then going undercover to investigate the mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
Yeah, I knew it. She must have come here illegally and made her way into the mission to sabotage us. I had this theory the entire time.
He never said she came here illegally, you just made that up. Plus, we haven't even heard the entire discussion, so it's best not to jump to conclusions.
Do you really think I would insinuate that someone came here illegally or was otherwise not born here without evidence?
With the whole claiming I was born in Kenya thing, yes, I do think so.
Oh, that was just a joke that got out of hand.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
I sure am glad Master Miller is here to be sure we're not getting bad intel from the codec people. I kind of wonder why he hasn't come up sooner with other information, though. We haven't heard a lot about him.
I'm not sure myself. I guess if he was investigating, then he didn't want to make us skeptical until he was more sure of his conclusion. But either way, I think we have more important things to worry about. These crows seem familiar, as I'm pretty sure there was one when we fought the tank.
That must mean Vulcan Raven is inside the next doors coming up. Though that doesn't really explain why it's so cold here.
At this point, with the psychic and ninja and decoy tricks and stealth suit, I don't think the lower temperature is all that unbelievable by comparison.
sack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends?
Oh, he has a machine gun too. I really don't want to fight this guy.
Agree. Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
I wonder if the fact he's larger than the other enemies mean he's going to have a lot more health, Joe. I think this is going to be a difficult fight for you if you aren't ready.
I don't have much of a choice at this point.
The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating? I can't move.
The Raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins.
So if the Ravens can just make him still, wouldn't that mean Vulcan Raven could just shoot him now? That seems like a bit of an overpowered move if that comes up in the fight.
I think he just wants to have more of a fair fight than that, but yes, that would be very overpowered unless Joe were able to switch controllers for this fight too. So the Ravens couldn't do that, I'm not sure.
Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics.
Yeah, I know it. Must be a real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right. But there is another event that I excel at. It is called the ear pull.
Is it even possible to pull any ears? I don't think these characters have the polygons to pull if they wanted to.
It sounds like just a metaphor at this point. That would make for a very strange battle.
Pull each other's ears?
The form is different, but the spirit is the same. Rejoice, Snake! Ours will be a glorious battle.
This isn't glorious. It's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well, we'll see if there's iron in your words.
All right, Joe, what's your strategy against this guy? You have to have something, otherwise you're probably not going to win.
I did have a few ideas, but honestly, I'm not sure which will work best. One was to keep using the missile that Donald used against Sniper Wolf, and the other was to use a C4 when he's walking around, as I think both can hurt him, but I'm not really sure which one is better.
If you try both during the fight, then you'll at least have a good idea on what to do, and perhaps both will be viable options.
At least he's easy to track on the radar, but I can't really get in front of him, so I'll have to stay behind or around him.
All right, let's see what the missile does. It looks like you'll have to hit him more quickly, otherwise he will see it, but maybe you can still get it close enough to explode, even if he does notice it.
All right, let's do it again.
Okay, it worked. If you keep going, you can probably get him quite a few more times.
I intend to. Now watch this.
All right, you're getting pretty good at this. There's a lot left to go, but you're doing well so far.
And I'm not stopping there. It's time to do it again.
Wow, you are really not messing around. You're going to be done in just a minute or so at this rate.
Especially if I keep shooting just like right here.
Wow, you are doing quite well. Aside from you getting hit there, this is one of the best fights you've had yet. You've barely missed at all, and you're getting a lot of damage on him.
Yeah, I'll admit I should have put on my body armor earlier, but that's all right. I still have a lot of health and have rations if it does somehow get bad.
I'm guessing this next hit will also be a success.
Yet another great shot from me, but I'm still not done. We're about to see his health bar get even lower in just a second or so.
And with that, there's only 3 or so more hits until he's down. Joe, you have exceeded my expectations, and I've never been more proud of your gaming skill.
Thanks, Donald. Even though I just missed, I'm glad you're happy with my gameplay. There's a lot of focus that goes into this, and I'm happy I'm doing as well as I am now.
Yeah, don't worry too much about missing a few times. As long as you don't get shot yourself, you should be in good condition to finish without much of a problem.
Joe, you're doing fine. Just keep careful focus and aim your next shot. Then you'll get him again for sure.
Okay, yeah, I can do this right now.
That wasn't quite what I meant, but you're not getting hit, so you still have that advantage.
You know what? It's time to try out the C4 strategy. That way I get him to come to me instead of shooting the missiles at him.
I'm not sure about this. I know you've been missing more the past minute, but the missile strategy was working just fine, but maybe you're right. Let's see what you'll do.
I don't like how that container moved over. That seems rather unstable, and I don't think you should go near it.
Yeah, you're right. I'll try to stay away from it, but he's also staying pretty far from here, so I might need to go to him soon.
Somehow, I don't think you getting shot was part of your plan. You really need to get away from him, otherwise he's going to start winning.
Oh, what now? He's not even going near me. What's the point of the C4 strategy if he just wanders wherever he feels like, even if he just saw me and knows where I'm at?
Not really sure, but I'm seeing, based on the radar, some of those containers have fallen, so at least they won't fall on you or anything.
That's good and all, but it only restricts Joe's movement more, especially if he keeps trying the C4 strategy, as he hasn't gotten any success yet.
Well, I don't know how to make him get over to me. It's not like I have that many other options. Otherwise, he's just going to keep shooting my missiles, and then I'm still not getting any progress.
Don't worry, Joe. You can't let it get to your head. Even though you're not doing as well now, you still haven't lost, and you're still capable of getting through this intact. You just have to be sure you let him come to you for the C4 to work.
Okay, you're right. I'm going to make my winning move right now. Watch this.
Joe, you did not let him come to you at all. In fact, you did the opposite and got shot. You may have hit him again, but that is only through pure luck and no success of your own.
And look at that, your rations are frozen and you got hit again. This is turning into a disaster so quickly.
Oh, no, I can't lose. I'm so close to success. I can't fail, no.
Calm down, Joe. You're still in this. Even if you're falling apart, just don't give up and you can still do this.
You're right, guys. It's binding time. Okay.
I suppose that could have gone worse, all things considered.
Just as the boss said, it is my existence which is no longer needed in this world.
Wow, he looks in pretty bad condition. I think it was all of those explosions I caused that would have done that.
My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me. Snake! I will be watching you. Understand?
I don't know how he's going to be watching over Snake if he's dead. I don't think he can mean that in a metaphorical way.
Snake, take this security card. It will open that door.
Why?
You are a snake which was not created by nature. You and the boss. You are from another world. A world that I do not wish to know.
Yeah, it's called the Land of the Winners. You wouldn't know since you lost when you had a tank and machine gun. How could you have possibly lost?
First, I'll give you a hint. The man who you saw die before your eyes.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, a member of Foxhound.
We actually figured that part out a while ago. That's not really new information.
Maybe he will tell us something else that will help.
He copied his subjects down to the blood. So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself. But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
The Angel of Death?
Okay, never mind. That didn't help us in the slightest. If anything, that just made it more cryptic.
Oh, were we supposed to be listening to him? I've not been paying attention.
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself. Snake, in the natural world, there's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There's always an end to it.
I don't know, those ravens seem to be pretty boundless in their slaughter. If only they did this a few minutes ago, it would have made the fight way easier.
Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no
I have no idea what to make of that, to be honest.
I imagine the codec people will have something to add, like always, to make it more confusing.
Oh wow, great timing.
Snake, it's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we better let the Colonel hear this too.
I don't think we should. He's been keeping a lot from us, and it's likely he's known she's been hiding things too.
It's not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know.
Huh. I told you all she wasn't here legally. She probably voted for Joe, too. And this was all part of the plan to rig the election from me.
No, she wasn't part of my plan to rig the election.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us.
I suppose this could still be worse, as we didn't really need to talk with her all that much. We're still going through the mission fine, even if she did lie about who she is. Not that it's any kind of excuse, but not something that damaged what our goals were.
Some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
If he's right about her being connected to their deaths, then it would definitely affect the mission.
Oh, I didn't realize those would have been connected. That certainly is a much bigger issue then.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
That was certainly a lot to take in. I wonder how this is all going to unravel coming up.
I don't know myself, but we don't have to worry about that now. We'll just have to take care of that next time, as we're about finished today.
That was a pretty exciting section, all things considered. Beat 2 of the main enemies before getting to the Metal Gear, especially as Joe had his own issues that were resolved, even if it was an incredibly strange way of doing so.
I'm just glad nobody has to hold down Joe again in the playthrough, or at least I assume that won't be happening.
Nah, unless Sniper Wolf comes back to life or something, I don't think that will be a problem. But who knows what would happen by the time the game is over.
We appreciate all of the support that has been given to the channel as of late. At the time of the video, we're almost at 3,000 subscribers.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid. We're about to destroy this Metal Gear, or at least stop it from being used as a weapon.
I can't imagine how we're supposed to stop this if we do have to fight it, though. That seems pretty difficult.
Let's hope we don't have to fight it.
Snake, it's me.
What's wrong? Did you find a good place to hide?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth gear. It looks like they've finished getting Metal Gear ready.
How do you know that?
I overheard them talking. Where are you now?
Right in front of Metal Gear, but it's strange.
What I think it's strange is that we still keep getting these calls, even though we are right at the end of the game. There's not much left to do, but we still get notifications about everything in the game. At least it's from someone else that's here, so that's nice.
I don't know, but it does give me time to think about what I'm going to do next, so that's nice.
Are you a hacker?
Yep, that describes me pretty well.
Does it look like you can get in?
I don't know yet. I'll give it a try.
I'm counting on you.
Okay, I'm glad we have him trying to get us in. It's nice there's somebody who is invisible that's on our side, even if it would be preferable for Snake to be invisible. I keep bringing it up, but it's still a pretty important detail.
Seriously, he's calling again?
Snake, it's me again.
How's it going?
Not bad. I just got past his 3rd security level. He was a pretty careful guy.
Do you think you'll break in soon?
I never met a system I couldn't bust into.
Okay, keep trying.
Wow, that was a very important detail for him to tell us now. I'm sure there was no way he could have just kept that to himself, and we would assume he would be doing well with his hacking.
Maybe he's just proud of his accomplishments.
This is the 3rd time in the span of a couple minutes already.
I did it.
You got past security?
Bingo.
Great. Great. So what do you got?
I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
I'll admit this is really slowing the pace down by a lot. I think it would have been better to condense this into one call at the beginning instead of constantly calling one time after the other, since it's not really helping to tell us this whenever Snake climbs a ladder or something.
I think we're all in agreement at that. There must have been a way for this to be cut down by a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps calling after this anyways.
That makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept. And on top of that, it's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
We learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
Oh yeah, the Gulf War, that was one I remember quite clearly, though it's more recent, whereas I still remember being involved in the Civil and Revolutionary War a little less clearly as it was so long ago. So that makes sense.
No, that does not make sense, Joe. You shouldn't have been alive for those last two, though somehow it's actually believable that you are actually just that old.
It's the most believable thing he said all day, so we'll have to take our victories where we can.
Hey Donald, is it just me or do you sound a little bit different? Actually, I think I sound a little different too.
Actually, outside of the game, we have switched over to a new way of getting our voices heard, which is called Play HT. So that's why we're going to be a little different than normal.
Once they input the detonation codes, they should be ready to launch.
So you think they can do it?
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so I think so.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now I'm looking through all of Baker's personal files.
We're counting on you.
Wait, what do you mean different way of our voices being heard? I don't understand what that means for us.
I think it just means our voices will need a little bit of an adjustment. So if anyone in the comments section wants to let us know if we sound good or need to make any changes for one or all of us, please let us know.
And we're not just saying that to drive up the engagement so more people watch the videos, but I think we should get back to the game before we break the fourth wall any more than we already have.
Not like there's really much to watch. Joe is looking out for any guards, and I half expect Oticon to call 7 or 8 more times to tell us what he ate for lunch this morning, because it's not like he wouldn't at this point.
I'm trying to stay very focused now, otherwise I'm going to get caught, and I don't think there's any real way for me to hide up here that I could tell.
Yeah, I don't see any other options, so perhaps if you look through the sniper rifle again, you might find someone. Otherwise, you should be okay to just go forward at this rate.
Actually, I see someone over there now, but I will switch for better precision, and so he won't have a chance to shoot me back. Yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you mess with the one and only Joe Biden. You get obliterated.
At least the path should be clear now. Let's see what we're all up against and deactivate this thing finally.
That would be good, but there's probably going to be a long cutscene first.
You're probably right. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the safety device. We can launch anytime.
There's still no response from Washington. It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business.
Should I set it for Cherniton, Russia?
No, there's been a change. The new target is Locknor, China.
If the safety is disengaged, does that mean we're too late to stop it now?
I don't think so, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Liquid. But why? There's nothing there.
Wrong. It's a nuclear test site.
A nuclear test site?
If we nuke a major population center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from China.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Of course. And in the process, the President will be forced to divulge the existence of a new and highly destabilizing nuclear weapon to the Chinese.
Wait, the President, I think he means me. I don't know of any plan like that.
No, Joe, he doesn't mean you. It just means the President within the story itself.
That means that China and India. I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this new weapon, they'll all want to contact us. Washington won't be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the President will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big Boss's DNA and $1 billion.
$1 billion? That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox Die vaccine in our demands.
Wait a minute, Fox Die. Is that something we've heard of before?
Ocelot is saying it killed Decoy Octopus and the Arms Tech president, which would have explained the sudden heart attacks, but I don't think that really explains exactly what it is.
I wonder if this was one of the things kept hidden by all of the codec people during the mission earlier.
Wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox Die was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
Have we heard of the Sergei guy either? I don't remember hearing much about him, and I can't imagine he would be too important since I think we're right at the end of the game already.
No, maybe there is another game where he shows up in, but I don't think he's in this one from what I could tell.
There's nothing to worry about. The Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Golukovich, he's no warrior, he's a politician.
Guys, I don't know if I can pay attention much longer. It's kind of weird to be hearing this much about somebody we haven't even seen before. While nothing else is happening, maybe something interesting will come up, but I'd rather take codec calls at this point.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not really following much anymore. If Snake could actually interact with someone, that would be pretty nice.
I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What do you say?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Golukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar.
Hey guys, would now be a good time to tell one of my stories.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Joe. I'm not that bored.
Once we get the DNA and the money, the world will be ours.
What about your promise to Colonel Golukovich?
I have no interest in the revival of Mother Russia.
You're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
He seemed to say that in a way that sounded really important. I wonder if it really is going to be a vital part of this game or another in the series.
There are quite a few games in the series before and after this. If we play through more, then I imagine we will be getting a better idea of what Outer Heaven is like.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president are both dead.
Does Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
He didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live.
Okay, good. If they did anything to Meryl, I don't know what I would have done. That would have been the last straw, and I would have used the Metal Gear to shoot Liquid and Ocelot personally.
Oh yeah, I knew you would acknowledge him as Liquid. It only took 8 parts, but it finally happened.
Snake, I found Baker's top secret files.
Great job.
How's it going there?
They've finished inputting the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
Okay, you see the override system that the president was talking about. It can also be used to input the detonation codes. You see, if you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it.
Oh, okay, so we can deactivate it then. That's good to know. I thought we were all too late now.
Well, even then, we only have one of 3 keys, so I don't know what we can do to get the other 2.
Maybe they will explain what to do about that.
But it takes 3 keys, right? I've only got 1 of them.
Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
What are you talking about?
The card key is made of a shape memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy?
Yes. It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures. The key is made out of it.
This card key?
Yeah. The card key changes shape at different temperatures.
That is a pretty good idea for a key. Or keys, rather, I should say. At least we don't have to go searching for any more at this point. But I'm not sure exactly how we are meant to change the temperatures.
I see them.
Those 3 laptop terminals are for the emergency input. There should be a symbol on each screen. Each symbol corresponds to a different key. input the keys in order from left to right.
Well, the first one looks like it's the color we already have, so we don't have to do anything special for that one. And the other two have blue and red colors, which should be cold or hot temperatures.
That looks right from what the game is showing. That still doesn't answer exactly how the temperature is going to be changed.
First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys. After you insert the key into the module, a hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all three terminals, the code input process is complete.
I think someone should mention the fact that even if we manage to figure out how to change the key to hot and cold, I doubt Ocelot and Liquid Snake are just going to let us in and change them so easily.
Especially since they're looking right at him on the camera, so much for stealth.
Damn! The key fell in the drainage ditch.
Man, we were just about to get the first one in, but now we have to go all the way down and pick it up. That seems to be in place just to lengthen the game time, as if the codec calls and other cutscenes haven't done that enough already.
For the sake of the viewers, we're going to be making a lot of cuts for both getting the key and changing the shape of it so they don't have to watch Joe go up and down so many times.
So Joe, what is your plan for getting that key exactly?
Well, I assume there are some rats along the floor that would have gotten the key before I could climb down, and since the key is yellow for room temperature, they think it's cheese, so I'm going to blow a rat up with a claymore to get it back.
Joe, that was one of the least sensical things I've heard in my entire life, and somehow you were completely correct. I guess these Metal Gear games are oddly enough a place where your strange way of thinking can shine.
If only he were playing the later games in the series, then that would be beneficial to us.
Oh yeah, we can discuss who is playing what later, but for now I have a key to insert into one of these computers.
We should mention that, but I think later would be a better option too, as right now there might be some important things happening with the first key in.
Isn't that what I just said, though? Ah, yeah, that's 1 out of 3. It's biding time for sure.
Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1. Now, PAL number 2. Freeze the key.
Oh, I know you can go back to that place where you fought Vulcan Raven, since that's really cold and you should be able to freeze it after a while.
This is where cutting this up really helps, as otherwise there would be several minutes of going in and out of this room while waiting for the key to change. Otherwise, this would be nearly an hour long.
All right, it's time for biding time number 2, coming right up.
PAL code number 2 confirmed. Awaiting PAL code number 3.
Hey, I think if we need to heat it up, there's that section we got to in the middle of the last part that was really hot. Perhaps that's a good spot to change it there.
Ooh, that's good. I'll go over there now, but it might melt my popsicle I have in my other hand, so I'll have to use one hand on the controller and the other hand holding a melting popsicle stick while I desperately try to lick it before it falls to the ground.
We didn't need to hear that, but okay.
You should talk to the Colonel. He's looking into it.
Turn your monitor off.
Okay, it's off. No one else can hear us. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I didn't want the Colonel to hear.
Okay, so what's up?
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
I'm not sure what this has to do with anything, really, unless that Pentagon friend is really helpful towards finding out if someone has been lying to us, which we've kind of already figured out.
Assassination weapon.
An assassination weapon?
Snake, have you ever heard of something called Fox Dye?
No. Fox Dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people.
Oh, actually, I might have been wrong. This does sound important.
What are you trying to say?
It's too similar.
What is?
The cause of death. Didn't the Arms Tech president and the DARPA chief, I mean, Decoy Octopus, die of something that looked like a heart attack?
Yeah, we already figured out that they were related. Was there anything new you were going to mention at all?
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
The nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
This sounds like things are getting pretty intense. I wish the rest of the codec calls were like this, as they seem to actually mean something unlike where the rest are telling Snake how their day was, or when they recently hacked something or a character's backstory.
Yeah, I've got to agree with Donald on this. I usually just sleep through these conversations, but I'm actually somewhat awake for this one.
Well, I'd like to avoid the rough stuff, but we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi, I can't believe it.
Well, that's a shame anyway. Let's move on so we can save the world instead of focusing on someone who may have infected us with a virus that kills people at random.
Oh, would you look at that? Donald wants to ignore a potentially dangerous virus that worked so well the first time.
Nobody asked you, Barack. My reaction was very well thought through and worked perfectly, and I'm sure that will be the case this time too.
Okay, that's enough, you two. I have a card to heat up, and I don't need anybody distracting me from my mission.
To be fair to them, Joe, you're just staying in one spot and waiting. That doesn't take much focus to do.
Oh no, the card part is easy. My problem is the popsicle in my other hand I needed to focus on, and unfortunately most of it dripped on the ground in case anyone was wondering.
Can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes, but not everything I said was a lie.
Oh good, she only infected Snake with a virus that has killed 2 people so far and might kill him, but it's okay because there were some things that she didn't lie about.
Not that this would excuse anything, but let's listen to what she actually has to say and know what she was and wasn't lying about.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s. A dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's
Wow, this is a really riveting tale so far.
about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me.
Sometimes I feel like nobody understands me too.
Nobody understands you, Joe.
Until I met my big brother. And him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Yeager.
What?
Wait a minute, isn't Frank Yeager supposed to be Gray Fox? That certainly complicates things even more.
Near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes. Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
Well, that certainly makes things complicated. This is almost like that time where I was telling a story to an elementary school class, and then someone called me ugly, so then I sent the Secret Service after his parents. Let's just say he didn't say anything to me again after that, and his parents never said anything ever.
Joe, what does that have to do with literally anything happening right now?
Oh, it doesn't. I was just thinking about it recently.
And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right.
This is a rather interesting development, and it would be even better if Joe's weird stories didn't distract from that.
Come on, they're not that weird. If you want a really weird story, I should tell you about the time where I was trapped in the elementary school restroom last week and people made fun of me all day.
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, you didn't kill that doctor too, did you? The one that used Gray Fox for his genome experiments?
Dr. Clark? No. That was my brother.
I have to say this is one of the better codec calls, as it's actually affecting the character motivations and gives context to previous events. If only the rest of them were like this.
To kill me?
I don't think so. I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
Fox? No.
I would think that if Gray Fox really did want a final battle, then that would be considered killing Snake, or at least trying to... I'm not sure what she's getting at here.
Fox-Die is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Fox-Die contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the target's DNA?
Right.
Guys, I have to be honest, I have absolutely no idea what she's talking about. I can't handle all of this scientific explanation. I'm going to sleep. Just wake me up when it's over.
For once, I can't even blame him for wanting to go to sleep. It's a lot of weird science explanation for a thing that does not actually exist, but I suppose it's the closest thing to realism this virus is going to get.
Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time?
Oh no, it must be a lot for Snake to handle the possibility of dying due to this virus. I can only wonder how that's going to affect the gameplay, if at all.
Realistically, I don't think it's going to do a thing. It's more likely it's just going to be some plot device that won't affect Snake at all in this game, at least especially since there's like 5 games in the series.
Actually, from what I've looked up, some of the games in the series don't take place after this game, as a few of them are prequels that serve to give context to other characters. We won't know for sure until we eventually play them, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Die was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
I wonder if Naomi is going to get a better mugshot than Donald did.
Fake news, I got an amazing mugshot. Many have even called it the best mugshot they've ever seen.
Oh yeah, Joe, the codec call is pretty much done. You can start paying attention again.
All right, did I miss anything important, or was it standard codec call discussion?
Actually, Naomi got arrested and said that Fox Die was part of the mission, so that was pretty important.
Oh no, she was going to be my third choice after Sniper, Wolf, and Meryl, but if she's arrested, then I don't know what I'm going to do.
Joe, can you not fixate on PlayStation women for like 1 episode, please?
Oh no, I don't think that's supposed to be happening.
It's definitely not Bidening time for us.
I deactivated it.
That worked perfectly except for that part that didn't, which was all of it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Master, what's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us too. I really must express my gratitude.
Wait a minute, Master Miller was on the enemy side. When did that happen? He's thanking us for it activating almost like it's a good thing when it obviously isn't.
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried.
Hey guys, I dozed off again. Something tells me that Master Miller may not be on our side, but I'm not exactly sure why I think that.
Yeah, we're already ahead of you, Joe. Granted, we only realized it a moment ago, but still.
And people wonder why your nickname is Sleepy Joe.
I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
So in that case, it was actually good that Fox Die worked when it did. Otherwise, we may have needed to fight Decoy Octopus.
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine to me.
Wait a minute, did he just say the White House? I think that's where I'm at right now. I might have to give in to his demands, otherwise he's going to use the Metal Gear on me.
Joe, for the last time, he's talking about a different character in the game itself. You don't have to give in to any demands since this is just a video game.
No, I think I'll transfer the money to him just in case I don't want to risk anything.
This really is America's president, everybody.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
Guys, I think I know what's going on. He looks so similar to the guy we've been seeing the entire game, and there's only one person who can impersonate Master Miller.
Dear brother.
Solid Snake himself.
No, Joe, you said it correctly earlier. I give up at this point.
Guys, we don't have time for our proper outro now. We have to end things and see the exciting events unravel next time.
Make sure to like, comment, subscribe.
And thanks for watching.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid, where we are about to die because this room is filled with poison.
Relax, Donald. I'll just call Otacon and see what ideas he has. Otherwise, yeah, I've got nothing for this part.
For the viewers that aren't watching this in a compilation video or just don't remember from the last video we accidentally activated the Metal Gear instead of deactivating it, and now we're stuck in a room that has gas building up and killing Snake.
I know this isn't a standard way of starting the video, but honestly, I'm not really sure how we can explain it other than this, since we are just going right into the action.
Honestly, if you're just watching this part, not the previous ones, this has to be really confusing to see what's going on without context.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
Oh, good Otacon didn't have to call us 6 times before he actually got the door unlocked. At that point, I would have taken the poison.
Somehow I'm sensing there's going to be quite a lot of cutscenes coming up with Liquid's grand plan and other character details that nobody else thought to mention before now.
At this point, I'd be surprised if that didn't happen.
Well, we're about to find out right now.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why did you disguise yourself as Master?
So I could manipulate you more easily. And you performed quite well, I must say. Although the boys at the Pentagon are probably saying the same thing.
What the hell are you talking about?
Wait a minute, I'm starting to get the idea that the guy we've been playing as might actually be Solid Snake and not Liquid Snake as I thought.
Yes, Joe, that's what I've been saying for the past 9 parts, but glad to know you're finally acknowledging it this time.
Rescuing the hostages. It was all just a diversion.
A diversion?
The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us. That's what killed the Arms Tech President and Decoy Octopus.
You don't mean...
That's right. You were sent here to kill us so they could retrieve Metal Gear undamaged, along with the bodies of the Genome soldiers.
Oh, I've been killing quite a few of those Genome soldiers, my bad.
Spread Fox Dye.
Fox Dye? It can't be. Are you telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
They thought she was, but it seems that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Dye's program just before the operation, but no one knows how, why.
Just ask the Democrats. They're knowledgeable on spreading viruses to people and disrupting the world.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was a Democrat that wanted to keep places open and claimed the cases was going down to 0, right, Donald?
Fake news, Democrat bias.
We still don't know what changes she made to Fox Dye's program. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I've already added the Fox Dye vaccine to my list of White House demands.
There's a vaccine?
There must be, but that woman is the only one who really knows.
Guys, I don't know if it's just me, but I don't really have much witty or insightful to say on the story. I'm getting a little burned out after so long of watching this game. On one hand, I'm glad the game is almost over, though I will say it is still a fun time to watch.
I think that's just the thing. Most of the game has memorable sequences, but they're all in these long cutscenes that feel like more of a movie than game, and that's quite a bit different than other games we play, where in the Final Fantasy games they are quite a bit shorter and don't have spoken dialogue.
I certainly hope the later games in the series don't take so long to complete, or at least have shorter scenes. Can you imagine if these went on for 20 or so minutes each?
I can imagine that I would just really prefer not to.
After all, our genetic code is identical.
So it's true. You and I are...
Yes, twins. But we're not ordinary twins. We're twins linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles. You're fine. You got all the old man's dominant genes. I got the flawed recessive genes.
That's kind of interesting where he says that as a bad thing, just because a gene is dominant doesn't necessarily mean it's better than a recessive gene, just more likely to be shown when you're alive than not.
I was the favorite, huh?
That's right. I'm just the leftovers of what they used to make you. Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born? But I'm the one Father chose.
So that's why you're so obsessed with Big Boss. Some warped kind of love.
Barack, I'm not sure I understand the thing about the genes. Can you explain that?
So basically imagine a 2x2 grid each filled with 2 genes, one from each parent. Also imagine the genes from each parent are represented by uppercase letters being the dominant genes and lowercase letters being the recessive. If the uppercase letter means blue eyes hypothetically, then since the dominant genes take priority, then that will be more likely to be represented by a child. Though there are quite a few more details, those are just the basics. It's been a while since I've taken a science class, but I think that's right.
Guys, I'm trying to pay attention to the game, not get a lesson in biology by Barack.
Donald, we're watching 3 United States presidents and me play a Metal Gear Solid game. Did you honestly expect we would stay on topic for like even half of the game length?
Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting.
Oh no, do I actually have to fight this thing? I have no idea how to even start approaching it.
Okay, Joe, just remember we have your back. We have been doubting you all throughout this game and also your life in general, but if there's one thing I've been proven wrong about in the past 8 parts, it's that you actually have some level of skill in this, and you're the most likely of us to make it through relatively okay.
Joe, you were my vice president for 8 years and right now has been the proudest I have ever been of you. Granted, that is not saying a lot, but I wanted to at least try and give some words of encouragement to you before you face the most difficult fight yet.
If you somehow make it out of this alive, I'll get you like a 1-month subscription to Popsicle Monthly if that somehow encourages you to play this better.
Thanks everyone, it's going to be a lot, but I'll see what I can do to prove you all correct and take this thing down.
All right, Joe, the moment has come. You versus the Metal Gear itself. I'm excited for what you have coming up.
I'm anxious for your upcoming strategy against it.
Wait a minute, Joe. Are you taking a picture of this thing?
Well, yeah, I have to put something up on my Instagram page later since I haven't in a while and figured this would get me like 7 or so likes. That, and I got the camera a few parts ago and I want to use it at some point.
I had confidence in you, but now with this, I can safely say my confidence is eradicated and I'm just waiting for the Metal Gear to stomp on you.
I'm writing out my goodbyes to the family while there's still a little bit of time before it gets out and starts nuking everyone.
I'm actually a little confused as some of our dialogue throughout the series has been under the implication that we're all in the same room playing the game together in the real world. Meanwhile, some of it is implying we are actual characters in the game and whatever happens has consequences to us specifically. I think that makes it a little confusing.
Barack, if you keep breaking the fourth wall, then Joe's really not going to be able to focus on the game.
The game has already been doing it for a while. Namely, the Psycho Mantis encounter along with the torture sequence telling the player instead of Snake to do the button presses and the codec characters telling us to use specific buttons in order to do actions that make no sense from Snake's perspective.
Guys, even though your conversation is pretty distracting, I think I have a decent idea on how to fight the Metal Gear.
Besides getting shot by lasers and missiles, what did you have in mind?
I noticed a particular strategy by the Metal Gear. If I get too close to him, then he uses the laser, which I really can't avoid well, and he has his homing missiles if I'm too far. The missiles seem to start by going upwards, which means there has to be a minimum distance away from the Metal Gear itself they have to travel to hit me, and if I stay closer to him than that range, I won't be hit. In addition, while the missiles are going over to me, he won't use his laser attack, which means I get a chance to shoot my own missile back at him.
Wow, I didn't know you could even think that hard. Did you actually take your medication today?
No, my son Hunter left me his own white medication that he got from some place on the map that I've never seen or pronounced before, and it's really helping me focus.
Oh, well, that would explain it. I don't know what else to expect, but it certainly wasn't that.
Now that you have an actual idea, you may be able to get through this alive, which is a nice surprise from when you decided Instagram was a bigger priority than saving the world.
What can I say? I go the extra effort for all 12 of my followers.
Joe, how is it that you're the president and yet you only have a follower count barely into the double digits? I knew your approval rating was going down, but I thought even you would have more than that.
It's actually my second account, as my first one got banned due to me telling the story of how I got locked into the elementary school restroom. I think I mentioned before. And it somehow went against every single part of the terms of service. Thankfully, I got a new account and I can tell that bathroom story if you all want to hear it.
I would rather do quite literally anything else than listen to that story, as I cannot see how I would derive any possible enjoyment from hearing it.
Although I completely agree with your assessment of Joe's story, what's more important is seeing he actually got his health bar all the way down. I think Joe may have actually won the fight so far.
Actually, he had a very small amount left when you said that, but he's down now.
I really hope that did it. I don't want to fight it all over again. Oh hey, it's that Deep Throat guy. I really missed him.
I don't know why you call him Deep Throat still when there's other names you can call him, but yes, that is him. Also, I'm not sure why you're glad to see him when he tried to kill you last time you saw him.
Hey, you could have done that earlier and saved Joe a lot of time fighting him, but I suppose better late than never.
Maybe he's just here for that fight to the death Naomi was talking about before, but this seems to be very bad timing if that is the case.
What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents.
That's not a very nice thing to do.
And couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother.
Well, you can still be like a brother to her, just one that took her parents away forever and became a cyborg ninja. There are probably weirder arrangements people have made so this could work.
Somehow, I don't think that's going to work out well for anybody.
Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it. There you are. We're just about out of time.
Guys, I posted that Metal Gear picture online, and it's all the way up to 10 likes. This is a new record for me.
Bad timing, Joe Deep Throat. I mean, Gray Fox is about to make some sacrifice move or something for us.
Ooh, that looks bad. I think you might need 2 Band-Aids.
Something tells me he isn't going to make it out of this alive. Even if he does, his arm isn't going to just go right back on unless he can get a robot arm too.
I actually have a division at the White House for robot arm development, but they're only using it to transport popsicle boxes from the delivery trucks to the White House freezer so they can take less trips back and forth.
Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
Joe, I think you might have to shoot another one of those missiles, even if it means shooting Gray Fox. I don't see any other way this can proceed.
As unfortunate as it is, I think Donald is right. You have to shoot him, and Gray Fox will finally be at rest.
Guys, I'm not sure why you're acting like this is a major decision for me. I haven't felt any distinct attachment towards Gray Fox through the game, as I don't remember all the past him and Snake had, so it's only really an inconvenience to shoot him at the same time as the Metal Gear. If Meryl or Sniper Wolf were there instead, then I wouldn't be able to do it, but I'm actively trying to shoot and the game isn't letting me.
Wow, you are really lowering the dramatic tension of this scene by being so indifferent by the fact Gray Fox is nearly dead, and you're so open to being the one who kills him.
I've got to side with Joe on this one. Gray Fox is going to die by the Metal Gear in a moment anyway, so we might as well inflict some damage while we have the chance to be sure it's not a wasted moment.
Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Sorry this had to happen to you, but Joe will probably finish the Metal Gear off if that helps you feel any better.
I'm starting to think you might need 3 bandages at this rate, otherwise you might not make it out alive.
He's already dead. No amount of bandages will change that.
Apparently he was brought back to life before. I don't see why it can't happen again. Oh man, now I have to do this all over again.
If you just repeat the same strategy, then you'll probably make it through like you did before.
Guys, I know what to do while I'm shooting him all over again. I can tell that bathroom story I was bringing up earlier since it's a really good story.
Even if I object, you're just going to tell it anyway.
So there I was at Joe Biden Elementary School, which was named after someone who was not actually related to me by coincidence. I was telling one of my stories to the children, and in that one I was detailing my past as a delivery boy, but suddenly I felt the need to go to the bathroom right then and there.
I regret
I told
being
the children
here.
that I had to go to the bathroom and to think about my story. I already told them while I went number 2, as the young people of this generation say.
This story
I went in the
sucks.
bathroom as planned, but then suddenly I forgot that I left my pants outside the stall, since I thought you were supposed to put them there, and once I realized this fact, the kids from the classroom stole my pants. It was a very weird experience, and I didn't know how to go out there without causing a lot of red flags, so I called Secret Service from my phone that I had installed in the toilet prior to arriving, and they all swarmed the classrooms, and turned out nobody took my pants after all.
Wait,
What really happened was I typically tape my pants to the ceiling so nobody takes them, but I forgot to look there, so basically I set the Secret Service after an elementary school for no reason in the end.
That might actually be the worst story you've told on this whole channel. None of it helped me feel better about being alive, and I hope you forget how to speak so I never have to listen to another story from you again.
Honestly, guys, I've been rooting for the Metal Gear to take us out for the last minute or so.
I can't even blame you for that. I'm glad the fight is done so the game can do more of the dialogue instead of Joe.
Snake, I'll crush you into dust.
Does this mean I won, or are we going through this for a third time soon?
I'm pretty sure you won this time. I don't think he can take that many more explosions at this point, but honestly, I just can't be sure anymore.
I have to be honest, everyone, I'm not sure what's happening at this point. Is it conveying something specific, or is it just Liquid Snake coming over here ominously? And now that I think about it, I'm not sure why he feels the need to go on a tirade about him getting the inferior genes. Meanwhile, every named character in this game regularly takes 7 missiles to the face without slowing down, but he's worried about not being strong enough still.
Sleeping late as usual, a snake. Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting.
Is this guy still going? I swear we've already beat the Metal Gear twice now, and yet it's still not enough for him to quit. I'm pretty sure he must have a spare gun or something if he really wanted to kill Snake, unless he was planning on killing us with boredom.
It was his dying wish. When he was young, during the Cold War, the world needed men like us. We were valued then. We were desired. But things, are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in a world that no longer needs us.
No, I think the world doesn't need people like you who just keep talking and don't know when to quit.
Hey, I just thought about something. Should we just call them as Solid and Liquid respectively? We've been calling the main character Snake the whole time, but that is part of the title for Liquid Snake, so it would be a bit confusing to call both of them Snake when it could apply to either. It would be a little weird to call Snake as just Solid since we haven't been doing that the whole time, especially Joe.
At this point, I think we're too far into calling him anything else but Snake, or in my case, Liquid Snake, so we'll just stick with what we've already been doing.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war.
But the problem is balance. Father knew what type of a balance was best.
Is that the only reason?
Isn't it reason enough for warriors such as us?
I don't want that kind of world.
Ha! You lie! So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you?
Well, gameplay-wise, it's not like there was much of a choice. It's not been a choose-your-own-adventure type game or anything.
You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
What?
Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades?
That was...
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle.
You're wrong.
There's a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way.
Created?
To be fair to Snake, pretty much everybody in this place, except for like 5 people, have tried to kill Snake on sight, so it's not like there's an option to just not kill them sometimes.
Enfants terribles, the terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world.
Big Boss.
Was he the guy Snake killed? I can't remember at this point.
Yes, that was him, and I can't blame you for not remembering since this game has been going on for a while.
With a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method.
Super baby method.
That's the method I'll be using on Meryl once this game is over and we live happily ever after.
Joe, I sincerely doubt you can do that at your age, and I really don't want to think of that possibility any further.
Later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets.
Octuplets?
Yes. The other 6 of our brothers were sacrificed to make us. We were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born.
Guys, what do you all think about the idea of us turning this channel into a tier list system where we rank things instead of playing games?
Owen missed the incredible discussion of fetuses being used to create clones that fight in mechanical weapons. I can't imagine US changing our content to anything else right now.
I don't think you said that word correctly, but I guess Play HT still has some issues to resolve.
Were expressed to create you. I got all of the recessive genes. You took everything from me before I was even born.
L plus ratio plus you got the worst genes loser.
And I aren't his only children.
What?
The genome soldiers. They too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy.
Okay, I thought he meant more snakes for a moment there. I couldn't have imagined if there were even more snakes than these ones.
Creation of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from...
All right, seriously, is this guy ever going to stop talking? It's been about 5.5 minutes since we blew up the Metal Gear, and he is still just going as if there's nothing more important in the world to do than to talk to Snake about his whole motivation yet again.
I feel almost bad about getting upset at the beginning of the game since the cutscenes were so plentiful. It feels like these are going for even longer. Maybe that tier list idea isn't so bad after all.
I've been barely conscious for about half the video so far, and I don't think that's changing soon.
You're barely conscious for half the day as it is, so that's not really saying much.
They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices.
Sacrifices?
Human experiments! 1991, the Gulf War.
Another scene with more backstory, seriously, again. I really hope I'm not alienating the audience by complaining about this again, but the more they show, the longer this ends up taking. We've already been here for several hours finishing up the game, but now with no signs of stopping based on how it's going so far.
Calm down, Ben. There's only 9 more minutes or so, and then it'll be over at least for now. Unless this is in a compilation video, in that case, there will be way more than 9 minutes left.
Yeah, and I bet every single second of that is going to be no gameplay, only listening to Liquid Failure keep talking about the Gulf War, because that's really relevant to what's happening now. I don't know if I can do it anymore, especially if the later games have scenes that are longer than this.
All right, let's just rip off the Band-Aid now. Ben, I looked it up, and there's a cutscene in Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots that holds the world record for 71 minutes of uninterrupted scenes with no input from the player.
Okay, guys, that's it for the video. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and peace out, people.
No, Ben, we can't end the video now. Besides, that's like 6 games away. We'll have a lot to do before we end up getting there if we do it at all.
Joe, it would actually be 3 games away, not 6, but I agree with your sentiment. Ben, we have to stick with the game, even if you don't like how long it's taking.
All right, let's watch these two go back and forth all day. We might as well.
We are on the verge of extinction.
What?
Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory? Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry.
Symmetry, I think I learned about that in school when shapes were first being invented.
Maybe it was a mistake to have you here after all.
Do I? As do you. That's right. We are all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic information.
You want Big Boss's DNA so you can save your family? It's very touching.
So if he's trying to save his family, does that mean that he wants to save both of them? I'm not sure if I'm interpreting that correctly.
Do you know why? It increases the chance that their genes will be passed on to a new generation. Altruism among blood relatives is a response to natural selection. It's called the selfish gene theory.
You're telling me that your genes are ordering you to save the genome soldiers?
You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes.
This is a rather interesting discussion that has a lot of existential questioning to it that I wasn't expecting to hear about in a PlayStation game. If only other parts of the game brought up things that were like this instead of mainly just at the end.
I'm all right without all of that, to be honest. I'm not interested in having the game go even longer than it already has been.
And to do that, first, I will kill you.
Okay, well, he's definitely not saving him like I thought. I guess his genes are telling him to kill Snake, and that overwrites the whole protecting family thing he was going for.
Wait a minute, was that Meryl? How I've missed you. I have so many things I want to do with you and also to you.
Hold up, Joe. We don't want to hear about any of that now or ever.
And how did Meryl even get over here? Actually, how did everybody get here? I think this is on the Metal Gear, but I don't know how everyone would have made it up top in their condition.
At this point, I don't really care how they're all up here, and I imagine there's a 20-minute dialogue scene of Liquid explaining how it happened, so I'll just accept it as it is.
It wouldn't be truly ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die.
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed.
Oh, hey, that was another shape I learned about. I think I was the one who discovered a Pentagon for the first time.
If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Oh, a codec call, just what we needed.
Colonel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, Answer me.
The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place.
Normally I would be excited at the prospect of having bombs, but not when we're the target of them.
Oh, please, I know you're barely able to contain yourself right now, and I bet you wish you were the one who ordered it.
Yeah, I'm with Donald on this one. I bet the only reason you haven't been going insane over the mention of bombs is that our editor hasn't figured out a way to make you go nuts and play HT yet.
But once that happens, you know I'll be reacting the way I should be.
I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time.
I don't know about that. It seems like the Colonel hasn't been honest with us for most of the game, so I don't know if we can believe him.
For once, I agree with you, but even if he's not going to stop it, then there's not much we can really do about it. I think we just have to survive and hope nothing bad ends up happening.
They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run.
No, you can still do the bombing run. You can just do it in a different place that won't affect snakes. I really wish I were commanding that right now.
Whoa, where did that come from? I thought you couldn't make those sounds right now.
Maybe he still has some of those 11 Labs sounds left over from before the site was more restrictive in how people used it.
President ordered this?
President is a busy man.
Joe's been playing Metal Gear Solid for hours. He's definitely not busy. That confirms the president in this game is someone different.
We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the genome army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So, you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all.
He was my friend.
And now he's dead. L plus ratio plus loser.
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
Hey Donald, I didn't know you were in this game and also had the test data for Metal Gear.
No, you nincompoop, he's talking about someone else who also happens to be named Donald.
You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do.
All right, well, that was a good game. Now we're getting bombed, and there's nothing we can do about it.
There's no way out for us. Let's finish this before the airstrike.
What could we possibly do to finish this? There's nothing left to do except a fist fight at this point. Okay, I think I see what's happening.
Everything for me. Only your death can satisfy me. Only your death can return to me what is rightly mine. She'll make a beautiful sacrifice for our final battle.
No, I'm not letting you hurt Meryl anymore. She's already gotten shot and somehow captured over here, but I'm taking her back now. I can't have Sniper Wolf, and Otacon is probably dead, but I'll be saving at least one person here.
Wow, and you're finally paying attention to the game. I guess that's what happens when Meryl is around. You suddenly start to focus.
Her death. If you win, you might still be able to save her. You could enjoy one brief moment of love.
Oh, you know I will.
If you cross this line, you'll fall. At this height, it will kill even you.
All right, sorry guys, but we have to cut this off a little abruptly.
Next time should be the end of the game.
Make sure to let us know what you think of the Play HT system. Plus, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Peace out, people. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Metal Gear Solid, where we will be finishing the game today after I beat up this guy who I've been told is Liquid Snake, even though I still don't think that's right.
It is right, Joe, but more importantly, what is your strategy to take him down?
I'm just going to punch him until he falls down.
That doesn't sound very well thought out for what may be the last fight of the game.
In fairness to Joe, it's not like he has that many alternatives at this point.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I didn't think about the fact all of the weapons are just gone now. I'm not sure if Liquid just took his shirt off only and removed the weapons. I think if he had time to kill Snake after the Metal Gear fight instead of taking off clothing and bringing him up here.
I think he just wanted the chance to gloat for as long as he could. We didn't really call him earlier in the game unless it was required, so perhaps he would have done this earlier too.
Hey guys, I have a story I've been saving for a time like this. I
Oh,
know I
great.
haven't played this game before recently, but I've made such progress even though every one of you made jokes about me being demented or sleepy or something else but now. Now I've managed to get to the end with no game overs or anything. I think it's finally time I show this guy what I'm made of. Do you all really want to know who I made myself into after all this time playing this game?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I'm careful when I move around, that's why I don't get caught. But when I do get caught, I'm fast with my weapons. Strong with my body armor, quick with my attacks. I earned the success that I have, and this is who I made myself into. Do you all want to know my title that I deserve?
We're all ready.
I'm not weak like Liquid. I'm Solid Snake.
Yes, I'm so happy to finally hear you say that. I've been waiting for so long to have you completely acknowledge the character you're playing as for real I could just.
Oh no, Barack is going nuts again.
Meryl. Meryl?
Snake, is that you?
Don't worry, Meryl, nobody is going to be treating you badly except for me.
You were sounding really inspirational there for a while, but I see that has completely gone away as soon as you found Meryl.
Are you okay? Is that all you can say?
Meryl, it must have been terrible.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I didn't give in to the torture.
Torture?
Oh yeah, I like going into that torture device. I wonder if there's two machines we can both go into at the same time. I think that would be really fun.
You're a strong woman.
Fighting them made me feel closer to you. I felt like you were there with me. It gave me the strength to go on. But I was scared.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. But it made me realize something.
It made me realize, even with Liquid dead, these scenes are still going on for a long time, but I really should have seen that coming already.
We're so close to the end, and then we can go back to all of the Final Fantasy and golf videos that we've been neglecting for a while.
Kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my Kodak.
Of course, there had to be another call. Why wouldn't there be?
Snake, it's me.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
All right. You saved her, man. Good job.
Oh, hey, Hal is still alive. I thought for sure he would have been killed off screen, but I'm glad he's around here somewhere, even if he can't really help us from here.
Hey guys, if I remember from last time, weren't we under threat of bombs? Even if we survived the fight with Solid, I mean Liquid Snake.
Oh yes, somehow that slipped my mind, but you're right. We do have that small problem that we shouldn't ignore.
I'll take care of security along your escape route, too.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'll stay here.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But
It appears that he is staying behind to help us get out of here, so that may give us a chance after all. I hope he makes it through this somehow.
It is a very noble sacrifice for him to make, so I guess we should leave right now to make the most of it.
I don't know about that. We might have to keep listening in case there are other vital bits of information that we would otherwise miss.
Oh no, we're going to miss out on another codec call. What a horrible thing to happen, Joe. If you can leave as quickly as you can after this is done, then that would be great.
Well, that sounds nice.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Snake.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What about him? Where's Otacon?
He's fighting right now. With his old self. To be the man he wants to be.
That's a bit dramatic of a way to word it, but that works.
And I don't want it to be in vain.
Me too.
Meryl.
Snake.
Guys, I have to be honest, even though the game has been difficult to understand both in gameplay and in story at points, I'm really going to miss it. It was fun playing this with all of you, and I would be happy to do it again.
I agree, Joe, and aside from some weird behavior, mainly from you and the game going on for quite a while, I'm glad I was here to experience it in some way.
It would be good to discuss the plans for the rest of the series after this game is over, but we still have a little bit more until we finished up completely.
Oh, wait, are we actually doing the later games after this one? I wasn't sure if that was really happening or not.
Yes, we are, but getting out of Shadow Moses Island is the priority for now.
Hurry! Looking good, Snake.
Hey, now that I think about it, I don't think we ever called that Nastasha lady that could talk to us about weapons. Would now be a good time to do that.
No joke, she had probably the least plot significance out of everyone in the game, and I don't know what calling her would really do at this point. Plus, you need to keep your eyes forward on getting out of here and not more codec calls.
Damn, surveillance camera. Damn, no keys.
Okay, you all saw that wasn't me who got caught that time, it was Meryl. I don't want anybody to think I'm fumbling at the last possible moment here.
You're fine, Joe. We know you're a good player after all. And I'm sorry that I don't say it more often, at least in this game.
Yeah, you've got this don't worry about anything coming up since you have a ration, and you also have Meryl driving. You're probably going to be fine.
Hey, since you don't have to worry about moving around, I think you can shoot and use the first-person view buttons at the same time.
Oh yeah, everybody better watch out, it's Bidening time.
I was thinking something interesting would come up. Oh, okay, that's more like it that 10 seconds of nothing happening was put in at a weird spot.
All these weird pauses of nothing happening in between shooting and explosions is kind of weird, but if this is supposed to be the whole length between the Metal Gear hangar and the beginning with all the snow, then that makes some sense.
Just remember you don't have any rations left, but you should still be able to make it as long as you don't let anything get to you. We're so close to the end.
You're getting there. Make us and the whole country proud by finishing the game.
Don't worry, guys. What's the worst that could happen?
Not yet, Snake. It's not over yet. Liquid.
Well, I guess that could happen.
Is he absolutely sure he got the inferior genes? He's already taken so many missiles to the face, both in the Hind D and the Metal Gear, each along with falling off the Metal Gear when he said it would kill Snake. I'm pretty sure he got the superior genes after all.
At this point, I think he's just staying alive from pure spite. I imagine he could die and hate someone so much that his anger reanimates him to try and kill him again anyway.
That's a bit extreme even for this kind of game. What's next? Are there going to be wormholes that just appear for no reason and send people to an alternate world? That would be a pretty weird idea too, but I doubt it would ever happen here.
Okay, you're right. I wasn't using my facts and logic like I usually do, so that's why I came up with an idea like that. I should be back to my own normal, intellectually superior self now.
Hey Joe, are you doing all right there? I know you're focusing a lot, but you haven't said anything in a while.
I'm just being sure Liquid doesn't get away since he was behind the people who hurt Meryl, and I can't let anyone like that alive unless they're Sniper Wolf. In that case, I can make exceptions, but she's dead, so not much I can do there.
A little bit strange for a motivation, but I suppose that will have to work.
This has been an intense fight, but I think you're almost there now.
I've come too far to lose now. It's time to show Liquid why he's really the inferior clone. It's because I'm Joe Biden.
Really, that was your epic last line against him.
I suppose that could have gone worse, all things considered.
Meryl, are you okay?
Yeah, just a little shook up.
Meryl, can you move?
It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
I can't see him either.
Great, he's finally dead now. We just have to worry about if this place is being bombed or not.
Oh yeah, amongst the shooting earlier, it's a bit hard to remember that.
Uh-oh. Snake!
Seriously, is he still here? Is this an ongoing prank that nobody told us about?
Snake!
Wait, what's happening?
Maybe he's dead this time.
All right, Liquid, are you sure you're dead, or are you going to get up 6 more times and try to kill us because you're just that petty over being inferior when that wasn't even Snake's fault?
Don't say it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Yeah, there had to be one more.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Oh, good. I was hoping I wouldn't get bombed today, so this is really good news.
Yeah, I'm glad we're able to actually finish the game, as it would have been quite an unsatisfying moment to have us get bombed despite everything that was accomplished.
I wonder if Hal made it out, as he wasn't bombed, obviously, but we don't know where he would have had to go to unlock the doors for us to make the escape.
He had a stealth suit on, so chances are he is fine, but even then, I don't know how he would get off the island. Perhaps we'll find out in another game later on.
On a side note, I think I'm going to miss all the codec calls. They tended to take a long time, and most of them weren't necessary for us to progress, but I'll be thinking about how I don't have to listen to them once the game is over.
Somehow I'm getting the feeling that you are not entirely sincere about that.
I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Okay, Roy. Are you gonna be okay?
Don't worry. I've got an insurance policy.
I hope it was as good as the insurance policy I needed for the White House. Basically, I was cleaning up some of my ice cream that I had dropped along the ground and slipped on one of my popsicles that I was having cooled down on the ground. I figured this was a good place to put it as heat rises, I think. Anyway, I caught myself, but my hand accidentally landed on the nuke button, and now a small island is gone from the Earth. I needed the insurance policy to make it so nobody would know about the bombing. That's why you probably haven't heard about it in the news yet.
Joe, that is not what an insurance policy does, and somehow you seem to be more wanting to clarify that than the fact you sent a nuke to an island.
And usually you give us a warning when you tell your story so we can have time to prepare for the terrible things we're about to hear, but you just went right for it this time.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
He proceeded to get absolutely obliterated by the Metal Gear after his arm was cut off. It was really fun. You should have seen it.
Donald, this is supposed to be a serious moment, and you're ruining it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad about him dying after he killed her parents. Are there any other murderers you want to defend now?
Okay, fine, point taken.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox Die too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you.
A very profound message for the last codec call to end with.
Yeah, that's great. And all but right now, I just want to be with Meryl. She's all I wanted for a good portion of this game time.
Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that.
I think we already know that your DNA doesn't determine what you do in your life. It's not a crystal ball or something.
DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were, And I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life.
Wait, I thought this was Naomi's backstory the whole time.
But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. Just like with the genome soldiers, you can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest soldiers. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny.
This doesn't apply to Joe, as he was around before DNA was invented, much less discovered.
Oh, wow, another old joke who didn't see that one coming.
Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox-Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too.
And I choose you, Meryl. You know I really wish Sniper Wolf would have been here and made this moment better.
Joe, I really hope you know these are fictional characters and are not real in the slightest.
Well, I did know earlier, but I forgot it soon after, but I'll still do what I can even if they're not real after all this time.
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
Living is a link to the future. That's how all life works. Loving each other, teaching each other. That's how we can change the world. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life. Thank you, Snake.
I think it would be funny if Hal was here instead of Meryl and this monologue played out the exact same way.
If the torture scene went differently, then maybe.
Look, I found this.
Let's keep it as a reminder.
Of what? A reminder of a successful mission? Or the first time we met?
A reminder of how to live.
Huh?
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
Guys, I have to be honest, I'm glad it's the end of the game, but I have nothing left to add at this point. I'm just happy that my gameplay went well and that the story is over. I feel a bit bad that I don't have any real comments to make now.
Don't feel bad, Joe. You did very well, and I'm glad you didn't have any major mistakes when you were playing. This story was a lot to take in, so it's understandable how you may not have insightful commentary, even though that's just you on a regular day as it is.
For someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah. Someone like you. Maybe that's the real way to live.
So, where to, Snake?
David. My name's David.
Okay. So where to, Dave?
Hey, this guy's name is David, just like his voice actor David Hayter. I wonder if that was a coincidence or not.
Look for a new path in life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will we find it?
We'll find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Caribou. To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life. It'll be spring here soon.
For us too.
Yeah. Spring brings new life to everything.
Would now be a good time to mention our updates for the channel while these two are looking at animals.
We can wait until this scene and some of the credits are over, then we can go into it.
I think it's almost over, so that sounds good.
Caribou, and most of all, you.
I think I'm gonna like this new life.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
I'm proud of you, Joe. That was a great playthrough, and it's only the credits left before we're done.
Thanks, Ben. It means a lot.
The credits feature a song called The Best Is Yet to Come. We are going to be silent for a portion of it so you can listen with no interruptions for a while.
Unless the song gets copyright claimed by YouTube and becomes silent, in that case you'll hear nothing for a while, but let's hope that doesn't happen.
That would make for a really weird ending after all this time if that happened.
Not as weird as you are for sure.
That was quite the exciting playthrough, everyone. The game itself looked quite fun and had a lot of story twists that kept it engaging for the most part, aside from some longer than needed scenes and so many codec calls being a bit disruptive.
I can see why it would have been called revolutionary for the time it was released in, and it's nice that it holds up relatively well even after so many years of newer games that I would assume improve on the formula.
Outside the game, it was a lot to get all edited, and especially with 11 labs becoming much less viable of an option for us recording our voices. We would like to thank everyone whether you made it through to this point or not. Well, if you didn't get to this video, then you can't hear us. Thank you, obviously.
We hoped everyone enjoyed the videos that came out. We will be releasing a compilation video of every part in one, so it would make for a long experience. Unless, of course, you're watching this in the compilation video. In that case, we've already done it. But that's enough looking into the past. It's time to look ahead for what's next.
Ooh, good, we're about to know what's coming ahead now. I've been waiting for a while to know what the plan is.
In the Metal Gear series specifically, we do plan on playing through Metal Gear Solid 2. Sons of Liberty and Donald will be playing that so he gets to experience a full game in the series, and we should be having 5 people commentating on that when it comes out, but we won't reveal who that is until it gets uploaded, or at least in that general time frame.
Ah, yes, I'm so excited to finally play my own game solo for the channel after all this time.
Unfortunately, with that does come some bad news. That will not be happening for quite a long time. It may not even happen this year. That is because close to the time we've been uploading these videos, we have been neglecting Final Fantasy IV, the Mega Man series, and golf with your friends, so we will be getting back to those very soon.
That is understandable. We don't want to focus too heavily on one series and neglect the other ones. That wouldn't be good to those who only like one game to have to wait so long to see it be continued.
That's true, but with Play HT there isn't a limit to characters on one of the subscription options, so we should be able to get videos out a little more often. Not much more than before, but still it's something to look forward to.
With all that said, there is still some good news. We have plans to release a new series that will likely be starting in the beginning of June that will be in a different series than any other we've started before, although we can't say what it is until it's about time to release it, and it will include a character that hasn't been shown here yet. And as of now, no other President creator has played through this yet, so it should be a very unique experience.
Oh, I don't even know what that is, so I'm excited to have that start up. I think for now we should just listen to the rest of the music and then give our outro if nobody else was going to add any updates.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose life, and then live.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out.
Wait, I thought we were done. What's happening now?
Still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox die should become activated soon. Right on schedule. Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am.
That sounds a lot like Revolver Ocelot. I don't think we saw what happened to him. He must have gotten away and is working with someone else.
Who could that be, though?
Yes, the inferior one was the winner after all. That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one. Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to rule the world.
It sounds like Liquid was better, but we kind of already knew that by the end.
No one knows that you were the third one, Solidus.
Wait a minute, there were 3 of them this whole time. Someone named Solidus? I thought there were only 2 like Liquid mentioned earlier.
I don't know, but maybe even Liquid didn't know about him.
This is a really weird and out-of-nowhere plot twist. I can only imagine how a sequel might handle this information.
We might find out next time.
Mr. President.
And he's the president too. This is a lot to take in.
But we don't have to worry about that now. Thank you for everyone who got this far.
As always, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
And peace out, people.